Everywhere I go, the children rise. Everywhere I go, the children rise. I saw them just rise up, the wicked run. I saw them just rise up, the wicked run. Equal rights and justice, when I defend, we won't run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away. We won't run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away. If you go in America, if you go in Canada, if you go in Africa, I saw them just rise up, the wicked run. I saw them just rise up, the wicked run. I saw them just rise up, the wicked run. We won't run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away. We won't run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I get rolling to the people, yeah. The fire burn them wicked, wicked people, then the fire burn them wicked, wicked men. The fire burn them wicked, wicked friend. Fire burn on you wicked, burn on all of them sins. The fire burn them wicked, wicked country, and the fire burn the wicked, wicked town. The fire burn them wicked, wicked city. Fire burn on you wicked, burn them. When it's impossible to see what's become of our people in their life, we're doing so much evil. We will wobble, a triple ton and trouble them. Sell them soldiers to work for the devil. But judges say, judgment is soon come when the wall of our sword and once again can tumble down with beautiful ash. People, them are more with judge and pour out his rocks and fire and bring the fire burn them wicked, wicked people. Then the fire burn the wicked, wicked men. The fire burn them wicked, wicked friend. Fire burn down the wicked, burn down all of them. They say the fire burn the wicked, wicked country. The fire burn the wicked, wicked town. The fire burn them wicked, wicked city. Fire burn down the wicked, burn on Babylon. You know the people them must suffer and the whole of the time bleed while you spread your lies and propaganda, sow your bloody seed. The children working, the fingers to the bone while you pay all the money to some pretty face without a clothes. And your day will come, it will come. Just say when you beg the hills for cover, but the hills will run away. When we listen, when we learn, it meant too late to have forgiveness when you will begin to open. The fire burn them wicked, wicked people. The fire burn the wicked, wicked men. The fire burn them wicked, wicked friend. Fire burn down the wicked, burn down all of them. Pretend the arrow pressing, we shall overcome, but certain nations out instead. I give a little and even shed the tears. Easy selling our daughters for some butter or the bread. And the fathers giving their lives up to son, doing battle for the devil, warring for the wicked one. And you might think this is just another song, but the blood you spill keep calling out a long way. Yeah. The fire burn them wicked, wicked people. Then the fire burn the wicked, wicked men. The fire burn them wicked, wicked friend. Fire burn down the wicked, burn down all of them. They say fire burn them wicked, wicked people. Then the fire burn the wicked, wicked men. The fire burn them wicked, wicked friend. Fire burn down the wicked, burn down all of them.
I want to say shalom and blessings to all of my brothers and sisters, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertain the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of Elohim and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, our Mashiach came, who is over all Elohim blessed forever and ever. I want to give all praises, honor, and glory to our Heavenly Father. Our praises, honor, and glory to Yehoshua Mashiach, his Son, our Redeemer, and our King. Our praise, honor, and glory to the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of truth and comfort, the one and only divine Elohim, from our great forefathers, Adam, to the great patriarchs, to the prophets, to the apostles, and to the scattered abroad. I want to say shalom and blessings to everybody. Welcome to this fellowship tonight. We're going to be dealing with the issue of whether Black women or our women in Israel despise motherhood. And this is not going to be what y'all think it is. We're just going to point out some things, but I do want to deal with this nonetheless in light of what's going on in the world right now, particularly in this society. We're going to highlight some things, some sentiments to come up with a determination. Is this the truth? Do we despise one another? Do our sisters despise being mothers? Do our brothers despise being husbands and men? Let's talk about it. Got the brother Yash with us tonight. What's going on, brother Yash?
Yeah, shalom, shalom, man. Shabbat shalom to the family out there. Ain't nothing much going on. Just had a nice, relaxing day, and can't wait to see what the Most High has in store for us tonight.
Absolutely. I want to give a shout out to the brothers, the other brothers, Salt of the Earth brothers, Brother Bunya, Brother Cleo, Brother Hal Goodwin, Brother Kadar. I want to say shalom to you, brothers. Hope y'all doing well. And shalom and blessings to everybody out there doing work for the Most High, whether you hitting the streets or whether you using your platform as a means to bring people together for the truth's sake. I want to say shalom to you. Hope all is well with all of our people. Let's see who we got in the chat tonight. Got Mr. The Original School. Shalom and blessings to you. Good to see you in the chat as always. In first place today, got Brother Jason. Philip McCauley in the chat. What's going on, Brother Jason? Hope you're doing well today. He say the righteous cry and the Lord hear it and delivered them out of all of their troubles. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of broken heart, and save it, such as be of contrite spirit. Awesome passage. As a matter of fact, that sounds like it may line up with something we're going to bring out tonight as well. But as always, a blessing to see the brother Jason. Got Brother Darnell Blackshear in the chat. What's going on, Brother Darnell? Shalom and blessings. Hope all is well. Hope you had a blessed week, a blessed rest. Y'all excuse me for my keep, coughing or whatever. I just tried to have me something to eat real quick, but you know how it is. Jabroni, shalom and blessings to you. Hope all is well to you, Brother Jabroni. Peeping the scene. Got Brother Smitty. What's going on, Brother Smitty? Hope all is well with you, Brother Smitty. Shalom to you. Got the Brother Jason Camphor in the chat. Shalom and blessings to you, Brother Jason. It's always good to see you. Got Sister Linya Yisrael in the chat. Shalom and blessings, Sister Linya. It's always a blessing to have you in the chat. Hope all is well. Good to see you. Got Brother Donovan Ben Yehuda. Shalom and blessings to you, Brother Donovan. Good to see you in the chat. Malek Immaculate. Shalom and blessings to the brother Malek Immaculate. And while it's on my mind, the last live stream we did, I was noticing that you put some things in the chat concerning the situation that you had. I was able to kind of get some information on that, but if you want to chime in and brief the family on what's going on and how everything is going, because I don't know if the details that I received, if it was the full account or what it was, or, you know, if you need any kind of help, you know, there are a couple of people that you can maybe talk to here at the SOT. But in any case, the link is in the chat for you if you want to chime in. But I hope all is well with you. Good to see you in the chat as always. Got my love, Shibria in the chat. Shalom and blessings. As always, you know it's a blessing to have you in the chat. Solomon like, shalom and blessings. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Good to see you in the chat. Solomon like, hope all is well. Makaya Ben Yahoo, shalom and blessings. Hope I got that correct. Good to see you in the chat. Hope all is well. Ellen L. Israel, shalom and blessings. Good to see you in the chat. Hope all is well. Hope you had a blessed day, Sister Fatima, Yahudeen, Shaw, Yasharel, shalom and blessings to you. As always, it's a blessing to see you in the chat. Hope all is well. Scotch Rat 01, shalom, kinsman, shalom and blessings, brother Scotch Rat. Good to see you in the chat. Let me see. Excuse me. Michelle Y, Sister Michelle Y, shalom and blessings to you. Sister Michelle, blessing to have you in the chat. Hope all is well. Got T Brown in the chat. Shalom and blessings. Good to see you in the chat. Hope all is well. He said, I will once I get. Okay. Sure thing, Malek Immaculate. I was I was able to briefly catch a glimpse of what you were putting out there in the chat in the last live. But you know, if you want to brief the family on the situation and what's going on, and then maybe after the show we can get behind the scenes and go from there. We got who else? Nabakanya shalom and blessings. Good to see you in the chat as well. Hope all is well. For you brothers and sisters who do want to reach out to us, our emails are scrolling across the bottom there. I'm gonna leave those up for a while for those who don't have this information and want to reach out. If you have some music, any prayer requests, any prayers for the family, anything, any words of encouragement, you know, you can send all that via email to us. And those emails are scrolling across the bottom. All right, so I want to open up with a passage in Second Esdras, but before we do, I want to get the brother Yasha's thoughts on the current events dealing with this this abortion issue. Of course, everything is disguised with a title, you know, and a frame, but we know that it's all a means to sort of disguise the true motives behind what's going on. And there's a lot of opinions and thoughts behind the issues that's happening. Shalom to T. Adams. Good to see you in the chat, T. Adams. Hope all is well. All right. And come on. The title of this may seem sort of brash, but maybe I should have retitled it, "Are Black Women Conditioned to Despise Motherhood?" We can pretty much conclude that most women in general, whether Black or white, no matter what ethnicity you are, if you live in this nation and you live under the Western construct of things, there's a pretty much, how would I say it? A majority of women under the Western construct are conditioned to despise womanhood and motherhood. And there's a reason for that. And we see a lot of that unfolding with a lot of the things that's happening today. But what I also see happening with this issue is that just like a lot of the women in our generation, if you grew up in the 70s, 80s, then you're around in my range. I'm an 80s baby. The women from that generation were pretty much the tail end of the family oriented. This is when the independence started to really take over in a lot of ways because of how society was opening up. When I was coming up, they called it a 90s woman. Nowadays it's independent, but when I was coming up, that's what they called it. And you saw a lot of women in general, not just Black women, a lot of women in general despising and rejecting what we would call our roles in the household. A lot of things were changing. A lot of women started to work and make their own money and do a lot of things. And that was, from my view, I'm not going to say the beginning of it, but that was pretty much a large brunt of it when it started to really be effective. You started to really see the turnover. For some of you brothers and sisters in the chat, it may be a little different. But growing up in a single parent household, living around family members and seeing other people's experiences, you come to certain conclusions. And one of the conclusions that I came to is that we as a people, not only do we despise who we are, well, let me say it like this: in despising who we are, we despise our roles, we despise our designations. You had a lot of influence during that time, a lot of influence from society. You had, the drug epidemics. A lot of things were put in place within a short frame of time, and it all worked together as a means to get us to the point that we are in now. And so, in dealing with this issue, like everything else, we want to deal with it with understanding. The Most High's word tells us, in all things, in all I get understanding. When we deal with the issues between men and women, or between our brothers and sisters, the hatred and the back and forth and the wars that we have between one another, we deal with that as a means of trying to bring out understanding. So we go back to the beginning to show where that came from. What was the start of all of that? And so this is what we want to do. We want to deal with this with some understanding, and we want to try to edify our people, because it's a lot going on, a lot of pressure coming from, our enemies in a lot of different ways. And then in a lot of different ways as well, we contribute to the plans of the enemies. And so we want to identify with some of these things. Brother Yash, you got any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm thinking about how um, all this, the issues that we're seeing today, and the fight that we're seeing today, as pertaining to Roe v. Wade, the deception. This was a battle that began with a deception, because back in the 90s, um, because they was always trying to chip away at this law, so to speak. And so what they needed to do, because they knew that really they had no win in this fight, because I'm talking about the people who were behind Planned Parenthood and abortion rights advocates, and they knew they really had no fight, because in the 90s they recognized that white women primarily were um, beginning to use abortion as a form of contraception.
Hmm.
So they wanted to stop that, because they was just like, yeah, I mean, they was using abortion like water, just going and doing it, and they ain't mind. We get pregnant, and we'll just go ahead and get an abortion. And uh, so they became alarmed. Now, back then, I was looking at it from the, I guess, Christian conservative perspective, and because they was always on this, you know, the sin of America is abortion. Abortion, and what else was it? Y'all know the other one, but in homosexuality. So they had to frame the argument. No, wait. Let me back up first, because I'm looking at it back then from today's eyes. So now I know, now I understand that it was never it was unspoken. However, at that time, they was foreseeing that there was going to be a population problem with them. Their population would decline, because I mean they was having 7 and 8 abortions, big time, at a time. So, but and now, like I say, I'm looking back from today's understanding now, because I'm starting to understand that uh, in order to get anything done, be it negative or positive, you have to put a Hebrew face on it. So that's when they started acting as if they were concerned for the life of a child. But rather than just being upfront and honest about it, they was acting as if, because they were worried because black women were doing this when it was really their people. And but like I said, and it was gonna go, they were trying to do away with it back then. So they had to reframe the argument. So because it was actually a simple procedure, a medical procedure. So during the Clinton years, at the time in his beginning when he had the majority, before he did his Monica Lewinsky scandal, they had to think fast because the Republicans was going to do away with this thing. So what they did was they wrote up a bill, and at the last minute before they took a vote, they tweaked it,
Mm.
and they changed the word uh, medical procedure into health of the women. And that's where we wind up today with the argument as if it's a woman's health issue, because they knew they could never get it passed on just a plain uh, procedural act, or medical procedure. So they changed that to the health. So women are arguing this day, thinking that it has everything to do with their physical health. I'm gonna say physical,
Mm-hmm.
when in actuality it has nothing to do with, well, it has, I mean, let me chill out because I've said some things this week about it. However, but it's not really the things with the life and the health of a woman are very, very minor. You know what I mean? And since when, let's be honest, since when have having babies been a health for the majority of black women, a health problem? Now I know women do have issues with having children. Some can be a little small, a little frail, but in our community it's not so as much. You know what I mean?
Right.
However, they have y'all thinking through mental conditioning and programming. They have people thinking that it's about, um, as if you have a baby, you're gonna die. Yeah, no, they, like Sister Fatima Yehudum said, like as if they really care. Since when have they cared? And if y'all having problems on that table, it's the doctors. We really know what they about. So, and you must remember, you're going to be judged by every word which you speak. And he says every idle word you're going to have to give an account of. And I don't know how a person gets in front of the Most High and giving and to give an account of saying, um, well, it was about our health. If I was him, I say he was in an apartment.
Mm.
Your tenant had a 9-month lease, and you tried to void the lease.
Mm. But
You know,
you know
go ahead.
something else, man. When it comes to it being a health issue, this brings about a whole nother conversation. Because I'm not one to underestimate that there are risks.
Oh no,
When,
they are.
right,
That was even part of what he said to Eve. So it's definitely an issue. But it's not a majority issue. You know what I'm saying? It's not yeah, okay. It's not that there is problems. You know what I mean? I remember my children mom used to say every time they on there, they're on their deathbed. But there's something it's still in a woman that wants them to go out and do it. It's just nature. Like if I'm being a man, I go through that one time, never again. I couldn't do it. I applaud the women who go ahead and do it time and time and time again. You know, the
Yep.
Most High gave y'all to it of the ability to be able to handle, knowing what it's going to be like, and still wanting to do it again.
Yep.
But we live in a wicked, evil, perverse society, and we're under a mental bombardment every day. So their wickedness is projected into your mind. I mean, even while you sleep, from sun up to sundown, you're being bombarded with filth and wickedness. And who's
Yep.
to say that those spirits make it even worse?
So it's you have a lot of things that are done to weigh in on the mental aspect, the mental and spiritual aspect of a woman giving birth or even going through the process, in full. Those are some of the things we're gonna bring out tonight, as well as when you factor in the culture, the sexualized culture that we live in. There are a lot of things that are being done sexually that contribute to why a lot of women may be at risk for pregnancy, or even why some women can't get pregnant at all. You know, now one of the things that people mention is rape. You know, and rape can cause a lot of damage mentally and physically, especially if it's a young girl getting raped. You know how it's
But
said
but
that a lot of young girls get raped.
but listen, and I'm glad you brought that up because rape is a heinous act, whatever. No, bottom line, I'm glad you brought that up. Why? Because now, I'm just saying now because I'm trying to think of how to word it, but I just got to be straight out, plain and blunt with it. Now they have the morning after pill. So, in case if a woman gets raped, they have a take that pill. You take that pill, and even if you're pregnant, it's gone. Not only that, they banned abortion. However, the abortion pill is still they're able still to be purchased at a drugstore. All I'm here is to talk about is the fruitlessness of an argument. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're because they're arguing, and they've got y'all arguing over their desire to murder or to or to offer up your children up to their God.
Hmm.
That's all they're doing. Yet they've already come up with ways that if you need to get rid of that child, you can go ahead and I don't even like to talk blunt like this, but it's just a fact. You can go ahead and get the abortion pill, which is real. What is it called? RU what's it called? What
What's that?
the pill? Oh,
The
RU 48 or RU 487, something like that. RU 487. You remember 187? That's murder, and they happen to name that pill RU 487.
hmm. But
This was back in the 90s.
yeah,
RU 487. Look it up.
and that's kind of what I was alluding to when I was talking about the rape, because a lot of extreme examples are brought up, as a means to justify why we should still allow abortion. Shalom to my brother Eric Tinsley in the chat.
Yep, shalom, man.
But when you look at why, in the term that women can't get pregnant, that would be a very rare instance. A woman being raped or a young girl being raped to the point where she can't bear children, or something drastic happening where a woman can't grow up and bear children, you know. But yet you have a lot of these things being used as examples or means to justify. I think Sister Fatima put in the chat, uh, let me see. She say women who I know who've been raped and who have medical challenges with delivery are not pro-abortion. They rather have their attackers deleted and their docs kind enough to give quality. So that sort of alludes to the sentiment that I make. There are a lot of women who have been raped, quote unquote, gotten pregnant and didn't abort their children.
Yeah, yeah, and faithful sister in Yah said, "Why should a woman be subject to 9 months of at least bearing a child through rape?" And and she says, "Make it make sense." I just did. They give you the pill. If you go there and report to the hospital, they give you that morning after pill. That you can go take the morning after pill if you suspect that you've been date raped. They sell RU 487 in the drugstore.
Hmm.
That's making it make sense. In other words, you don't have to do that.
Hmm.
So they have y'all arguing a straw man argument when they had already the system in place since the 90s to take care of it. Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So what they have y'all doing, right? Yeah, it's Plan B. What they have y'all doing? See, Planned Parenthood not only gotten uh, money from people who paid to have the abortions. Not only did they get money from other people who federal money from people who had their abortions financed through Medicaid or whatever kind of assistance they got. But then they also take the fetuses or the material and sell it worldwide, everywhere across the world, making money. So the death of children has become a way to make money. So they have y'all arguing for them, ready to tear this country apart for their right to kill, so that they can take this and make money.
Yep.
That's what it's about.
Brother Jason said he just sent the 2019 statistics of rape and incest and abortion. All right, I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, I see it.
I'm gonna pull that up. First, what I want to do is I want to open up with a passage. Got the brother Malek Immaculate in the background. What's going on? Shalom.
Hey, hey, what's going on, Sutter family? Um, I didn't want to come on and derail the discussion. You know, I'll kind of fall back and just let y'all do your thing, and whenever y'all ready for me to enter, tell y'all what happened. I'll do that.
Absolutely. Thank you for chiming in. Do me a favor also, with the link that you click, go ahead and turn the YouTube off. You won't need the YouTube anymore. The YouTube link, click that one off, and you'll be in the background with us. That way we won't get an echo. But I'm gonna while you're working on that, we're gonna deal with some other things, and then we're gonna bring that out.
All right.
Let's open up with a passage. 2nd Esdras chapter 2. It says, "Thus saith Yahweh, I brought this people out of bondage, and I gave them my commandments by men servants and prophets, whom they would not hear, but despised my counsels. The mother that bare them said unto them, Go your way, ye children, for I am a widow and forsaken. I brought you up with gladness, but with sorrow and heaviness have I lost you. For ye have sinned before Yahweh your Elohim, and done that thing that is evil before him. But what shall I now do unto you? I am a widow and forsaken. Go your way, O my children, and ask mercy of Yahweh. As for me, O Father, I call upon thee for a witness over the mother of these children, which would not keep my covenant, that thou bring them to confusion, and their mother to a spoil, that there may be no offspring of them. Let them be scattered abroad among the heathen. Let their names be put out of the earth, for they have despised my covenant. Woe be unto thee, Asher, thou that hidest the unrighteous in thee. O thou wicked people, remember what I did unto Sodom and Gomorrah, whose land lieth in clods of pitch and heaps of ashes. Even so also will I do unto them that hear me not, said the Almighty Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh unto Ezra, Tell my people that I will give them the kingdom of Jerusalem, which I would have given unto Israel. Their glory also will I take unto me, and give these the everlasting tabernacles, which I had prepared for them." Highlight this. They shall have the tree of life for an ointment of sweet savor. They shall neither labor nor be weary. Go, and ye shall receive. Pray for few days unto you, that they may be shortened. The kingdom is already prepared for you. Watch, take heaven and earth to witness, for I have broken the evil in pieces and created the good. For I live, said Yahweh. Mother, embrace thy children and bring them up with gladness. Make their feet as fast as a pillar, for I have chosen thee, said Yahweh. Verse 16, and those that be dead will I raise up again from their places and bring them out of the graves, for I have known my name in Israel. Fear not, thou mother of the children, for I have chosen thee, said Yahweh. For thy help I will send my servants, Yeshaiah and Jeremiah, after whose counsel I have sanctified and prepared for thee 12 trees laden with diverse fruits, and as many fountains flowing with milk and honey, and 7 mighty mountains, whereupon there grow roses and lilies, whereby I will fill thy children with joy. Do right to the widow, judge for the fatherless, give to the poor, defend the orphan, and clothe the naked. Heal the broken and the weak. Laugh not a lame man to scorn. Defend the maimed, and let the blind man come into the sight of my clearness. Keep the old and the young within thy walls. Wheresoever thou findest the dead, take them and bury them, and I will give thee the first place in my resurrection. Abide still, O my people, and take thy rest, for thy quietness still come. Nourish thy children, O thou good nurse, and establish their feet. As for the servants whom I have given thee, there shall not one of them perish, for I will require them from among thy number. Be not weary, for when the day of trouble and heaviness cometh, others shall weep and be sorrowful, but thou shalt be merry and have abundance. The heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, saith Yahweh. My hands shall cover thee, so that thy children shall not see hell. Be joyful, O thou mother, with thy children, for I will deliver thee. Remember thy children that sleep, for I shall bring them out of the sides of the earth, and show mercy unto them, for I am merciful, saith Yahweh Almighty. Embrace thy children until I come and show mercy unto them. For my wells run over, and my grace shall not fail. I, Ezra, received a charge of Yahweh upon the Mount Horeb, that I should go unto Israel. But when I came unto them, they set me at naught, and despised the commandment of Yahweh. And therefore I say unto you, O ye heathen, that hear and understand, look for your shepherd. He shall give you everlasting rest, for he is nigh at hand, that shall come in the end of the world. Be ready to the reward of the kingdom, for the everlasting light shall shine upon you forevermore. We'll stop at verse 35. This whole chapter, you see the constant theme of the mother and the children. All right, and you also see the Most High speaking to a people. In verse 10, he says, tell my people that I will give them the kingdom of Jerusalem, which I would have given unto Israel. We shown in another presentation that this is speaking of the chosen in the end times, inheriting the kingdom. But the constant theme throughout here is the mother and the children. It started out letting you know that the mother who bare them, right, is telling them to go their way, for she is a widow and forsaken. This is speaking of the land, Jerusalem, where in the Apostle Paul's writings, it tells us is the mother of us all. This is also symbolic of the earthly mother, you know, and how the earthly mother should be encouraged to embrace and love her children, because he tells you down here in 15, mother, embrace thy children and bring them up with gladness. Make their feet as fast as a pillar, for I have chosen thee. This is the effect that happens when a mother embraces the children anyway. But then think about in prophecy when it talks about when we return, how the old men are going to receive their strength back. You know, so this is a strong connection between the mother and the child. You know, when we return to our land, which is our mother, the Most High is going to restore a lot of things unto us. And we even see also where it says, "And those that be dead will I raise up again from their places and bring them out of their graves, for I have known my name in Israel." And once again, he says, "Remember them, remember thy children that sleep, for I shall bring them out of the sides of the earth and show mercy unto them. All right, for I am merciful, said Yahweh Almighty." Now, I was working on something before and I'm still working on it. And not to bring this out too early, but judging from some of this writings and some other passages of scripture, this sounds like the Most High is going to raise up some other people out of the grave, and says he's going to show mercy unto them, for I am merciful. But just a quick thought on that, not to get too deep, but the common theme in this passage is the mother and the children. You know, one of the things we're going to mention as we move forward is how a lot of our sisters are not encouraged to be strong mothers in a lot of instances. It's not a lot of encouragement. It's not a lot of motivation, particularly in our time. Women who decide to do the will of the Most High and do the things that's written, a lot of these women get ridiculed by other women who choose not to do it. You know, so I do believe that in that regard, a lot of sisters have it hard in some ways, especially if you were raised a certain type of way. But any thoughts on that passage, Brother Yash?
Well, yeah, because it after hearing that passage and reading that passage, it made me realize how hard the battle Satan has, the battle against our women. You know what I mean? And like that's why I pointed out earlier that they changed a medical procedure into a health issue, and for the health of into a health issue, and now they have y'all fighting for your right to commit murder, or to use them to help you commit murder so that they can make money. So they're making money not off of the death of your child, but they're also making money off of your damnation. It's as if it's a uh, back door into selling your own soul.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I'm passionate about this because our women don't. I mean, because of the love that I have for our nation and our women and how much we really need. Yet and still, and what I need. I mean, what I can't understand is how we're in it seems as if they have us fighting against one another. On one end, we deserve it because I know we can be some trifling dudes, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they're trying to destroy the women of our nation, and I take that personally.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what's being done is systematic. Like I said, it's just we playing into it a lot of ways. And what I want to do now is I want to go into a couple of passages to give the Most High's thought on children. All right. I'm going to go to Psalm 127. I'm going to read this whole chapter. It says, except Yahweh build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Except Yahweh keep the city, the watchman waketh, but in vain. All right, so just a little testament to, you know, all of the things that we contribute to this nation, that the people, you know, the things we try to build, things we try to establish. When this is a place that the Most High, it says, except Yahweh keepeth the city, right? Keepeth the city means that he preserves that city, he protects that city, you know. And this is a place that the Most High has determined to destroy. The watchman waketh, but in vain. You know, so we shouldn't be worried about other people, you know, as the Most High's chosen people, you know, because this is not the place of the Most High. This is a place that the Most High has determined to destroy. So with all the working and building up we trying to do in it is in vain. It says, it is vain for you to rise up early, to sit late, to eat bread of sorrow, and so he giveth his beloved sleep. Lo, children are an heritage of Yahweh, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. As arrows are full in the hand of mighty men, so are children of the youth. Happy is the man that hath his quiver full of them. They shall not be ashamed, but they shall speak with the enemies in the gate. So children are an heritage of Yahweh, meaning the way we bring children into the world and those children grow and bring in more children, that's a heritage of the Most High because it represents growth, it represents continuance. And so the fruit of the womb is his reward. So when our sisters get pregnant with children, understand that that fruit that's in your womb is the reward of the Most High, and you're contributing to the heritage of the Most High. This is why it says that the woman is saved through childbearing. You doing your part in continuing the Most High's image in the earth. As the arrows are in the hand of a mighty man, so are children of the youth. So when a mighty man has arrows, that represents, you know, strength. You know, mighty man with a weapon is just that much more mightier. So are children of the youth. And it says, happy is the man that hath the quiver full of them. In other words, happy is a mighty warrior with a lot of arrows. The same with a man who is fruitful with children. They shall not be ashamed, but they shall speak with the enemies in the gate. This is why you see certain people, you know, having children, having lots of children, because it says, happy is the man who has a lot of children. Now, there's other passages that talk about the children being unfruitful, but none of that applies when you're doing it within the context of what we read. Mother raising the children up in gladness. You know, in other words, you want to have children. You're embracing your children, and that's something you don't really see a lot of in these days. A lot of women are not happy or grateful and glad to be mothers. Motherhood has become a burden. Let's go to one more place. I want Proverbs 17:6. It says, I'm going to start at 5. I'm going to start at 4. A wicked doer giveth heed to false lips, and a liar giveth ear to a naughty tongue. All right. Whoso mocketh the poor reproacheth his maker, and he that is glad at calamities shall not be unpunished. Another proverb, but it says in 6, children's children are the crown of old men, and the glory of children are their fathers. So children's children are a crown to old men. So this is where your grandchildren come in, great grandchildren and grandchildren. Because once again, everybody that I've seen personally, you know, particularly talking about elder people, older men who have a lot of grandchildren, they happy to have grandchildren. You know, we got one of our brothers here on the side of the earth. You know, he likes to have his grandson all the time. You know, so it's just once you get up in age, that's just something that, you know, men love to see. They love to see their children's children, you know, and I guess it would take to experience that in order to understand it. But children's children are the crown of old men, and the glory of children are their fathers. So this is a scriptural perspective when it comes to children, how the Most High sees children, and how the Most High's word encourages us to see our children, how we should see our children and embrace them and love them and understand that this is the heritage of the Most High that we continue in the earth. This is how we got here, you know, whether it was right or wrong, you know, you got here, and like the book say, the no man shall die for another man's sins. The sins of the father don't have to pass to the son. Same thing with the daughters. A lot of people are born unwedded. You know, that's how a lot of us came into this world, being in this captivity. But by the grace of the Most High, you know, you understand the truth. You come out of what you come out of. You repent, acknowledge your ways and the ways of your forefathers. And the Most High bless you and your children. But any thoughts, Brother Yash? We're going to take a break after this.
Yeah, nah, let's go to break, my brother.
All right. And we got the brother Malek Immaculate. What I'm going to do is once we finish up with everything, we're going to close out. During our closeout, we'll let the brother chime in and brief us, give us the details on what's going on. But I want to thank everybody for your time. We're going to take a break real quick. When we come back, we're going to look at some videos and get into some more thoughts dealing with this issue. But I want to thank everybody for chiming in, giving your thoughts in the chat. I forgot to mention the website. For those who haven't had a chance to check it out, feel free to do so. TrueEbry.com. And I want to thank everybody who has went on to the website. Shalom and blessings. We'll be right back.
APT, TMH.
Hey, K, you got another one?
Yes, I had to return. It's a prophecy in the making. Hop back in. Switch from 23 to 45. So I rock the 9 like MJ. Glock 19 wasn't enough.
You got another one?
We the people. Crafty council plots to cut us off. Slave trade, homie, what a steal. Now the stage is set for the world. My people. And it's a damn shame. We like the Walking Dead. I try to wake up the ox, but they get mad instead. They love the man's religion, modern day slavery. Y'all give the Most High fruit when he once was savory. They'll even kill for it. Am I my brother's keeper? Yes. Blood swallowed by the ground, guess he couldn't keep it.
I'm bringing him out, yeah. Running my mouth, yeah. This is his house, you gotta bounce with my allowance, yeah. I'm bringing him out, yeah. Running my mouth, yeah. This is his house, you gotta bounce with my allowance, yeah.
Bring it out.
Underlying truth coming from inside the booth. Underlying truth coming from inside the booth. That's undying truth. That's undying truth. That's undying truth coming from the lying truth.
Now that you have heard the truth, what you gonna do? You choose to keep your stubborn ways or step into your royal roots. King, we have a job to do. Our sisters are looking like prostitutes. I'm proud of the curves you're born with, sis. Don't have their lips and the ass and the boobs. Our brothers are feeling the weight of it too. Can't talk about those converts without being blasted by the news. Try to keep us silent, but the truth is still shining through. Shout out to the bruise who went before us on their shoulders. I never forget what they did to you. I pray that I don't get too comfortable. Use my life to mirror how horrible the death of your son, the anointed one who hung on the tree for my salvation.
I'm bringing him out, yeah. Running my mouth, yeah. This is his house.
And shout out to all those who hung on trees.
Yeah. I'm bringing him out, yeah.
Your
Running
death
my
was not
mouth,
in vain.
yeah. This is his house. You gotta bounce with my allowance, yeah.
It's prophecy. My people gotta wake up. It's the year of the awakening.
Coming from inside the booth. That's undying truth. That's undying truth. That's undying truth coming from the lying truth.
Shalom, shalom. I want to put my fair use up because I want to get into them stats real quick that Brother Jason sent. See what that's all about. Fair Use Act disclaimer. Give me a second. This site is for educational purposes only. Fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. All right. So let's check it out. These are, we spoke briefly on the issue of rape and the percentages of abortions during rape, because of rape, rather. All right, let's, this is USA Today. The title of this article is Rape and Incest Account for Hardly Any Abortions. So why are they now a focus? Real briefly, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna put the link to this in the chat for any brothers and sisters who want to go back and review this. Shalom to the brother Jason Philip McCauley, and shout out for this article. And anybody who has anything like this, feel free to send it. All right. Who was that? Go ahead and mute out, brother Yash. You was finna say something? Okay, there it is. All right, let's see this. It says just 1% of women obtain an abortion because they became pregnant through rape, and less than 0.5% do so because of incest, according to the Guttmacher Institute. Yet the battle over exceptions for both has garnered outside attention in the national abortion debate. This month, Alabama passed a law banning abortion at any time period with no exceptions for rape or incest, only when the mother's health is at risk. 2 other states, Ohio and Mississippi, have passed similar legislation, which also do not include exceptions for rape or incest. Georgia passed a bill banning abortion after 6 weeks and includes the exceptions, but requires an official police report alleging the crimes. Research shows 3 out of every 4 sexual assaults are not reported. And out of every 1,000 rapes, only 5 perpetrators are convicted. So when you're dealing with the issue of rape and whether or not abortion should be allowed because of rape, you know, what are we basing that on when you're dealing with the issue of rape? Shalom, brother Bunya.
Hey, shalom,
What's going on, bro?
I don't know how I managed to always come in here while I'm eating, bro.
I was almost about to start eating, but I said I'm gonna wait because I'm gonna have to do a lot of talking. But shalom and shout out to the brother Jason for this article, and the link is in the chat for anybody who want to continue it. I think I'm gonna go back and review that as well. But it said that only 1% of women obtain abortions because of rape, and 0.5 because of incest. But then it says 3 out of every 4 sexual assaults are not even reported. So what's really going on, man? Are dudes jumping through windows with burglar mask on and raping women, or is it something else happening here within this dynamic? And why is it being used as a means to justify the killing of babies? Any thoughts?
I think a lot of. Okay, go ahead, brother Barney.
It goes back to the same spirit that led the Pharaoh to start killing the boys and start killing the babies. You know, it's the same spirit that leads people into sodomy. It's against procreation. You know, that same spirit is against procreation. It's against life. You know, it's against a natural affection. You know, it's a spirit of evilness, wickedness. You know, I don't understand how people. There's people that understand thou shalt not murder. Like if you can take innocent life, right? If you take innocent life, you have forfeited your life. People don't understand that. If you can take a life just because you feel like it's growing inside of you, then what is your life? You know, your life is not worth anything either. That's an innocent life, a life that had not done anything wrong. But you've lived your life and you've done wrong, you've done wickedness. So what is your life worth then? If the life inside of you is not worth anything. And that's what that spirit is getting to. People don't understand what's governing that. You got people who are fighting, really mad about being able to kill innocent life, a baby. All these people that's complaining about aborting life, they already was born. You've already lived. You had your chance to draw your breath and all of that, and these people want to come and take life. A life growing inside you is not your life. It's not. There's other ways to avoid that. There's people that get pregnant and think of abortion as contraceptive. I'll just kill it. Like, come on, man. Where's the morality at, man? Where's the accountability? Where's the compassion at? And they talk about some of these nurses have to pull babies out while they alive and let them down a cold slab. Come on, man. Only the evilest being could do that, man. And you got some women running around here that had 13, 14 abortions, man. How do you live with yourself like that, man? Of course, we're going to be dealing with a society of witches and wicked people like that. People don't believe that doodoo stinks until they meet the Most High, man. People think they can just do this and take innocent lives, man. There's people on the earth that can't have children. Have the baby and give it away. Come on, man.
Yeah.
People been killing babies like it ain't nothing, man. That don't mean nothing. That if an innocent life don't mean nothing, your life don't mean nothing either. You should be killed for taking up space. You taking up air.
Yep. Brother Yash, any thoughts on that? We're gonna one of the things I wanted to mention to that, and that's a powerful point. You know, one of the things I wanted to mention is we're gonna notice a dynamic when we look at who's at the forefront of protesting against this move. But any thoughts, Brother Yash?
Nah, go ahead. Brother Banya actually covered the other side. I mean, I was talking about, I kept it simple and let them know what you could actually do, or was telling about the uselessness of abortion, because they've actually went by way of Enoch and just came up with a pill. But Brother Barney, he just came and he went and let you know, plain and simple, is, this is, you're not worthy of life if you want to take it.
Yeah.
And I have to agree with that. And this is not and the thing is, women have been tricked into believing this is an attack on them. Okay? If your child is running in the street in front of a car and I go out there and dive and save your child, did I attack you? I did have a thought though, because it said a lot of them are underreported.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4 are underreported. For one, that's because they expanded. All this wickedness happened in the 90s. They expanded the definition of rape. Whereas even if a husband and his wife, if she don't want to give it, something got stuck in my chest. If she don't want to make love to him, and he go up there and slide up in her sleep and take it, that's rape. Okay, and then I seen a thing on Facebook where it was like before and after, and it had a bunch of people, mostly women, but it was people in general, like before the Patron, and they doing all this partying and all this stuff, and then it was after, and the majority of these were women, young women, drunk and sloppy, had to be carried out, and I couldn't help but know or see. I was like, wow, many of these women have put themselves in a position where they were unable to, they didn't even know what might have happened, getting so sloppy. And we
Hmm.
do have wicked guys out there lurking. I've known brothers like that will lurk to catch somebody out there slipping, so just they can slick their little, get their little rocks off.
Hmm.
You got to understand, it's a lot of wickedness out of here. And if you overdo it, calling yourself out to party and having a good time, the one who you thought you could trust will be the one that has slicked your tail. You won't even know.
A lot of testimonies about that kind of stuff. You know, and that's the thing about it. It comes back down to us as a people coming back to the truth, coming back to our ways that the Most High gave us to live out in the earth. But we all know that this was a political move, for preservation purposes. And some people might say, well, what's wrong with them wanting to preserve their numbers? And I would say that it's nothing wrong with any people, no matter who they are, wanting to preserve themselves. But where the issue comes in is the means and methods behind how you do things.
Hey, yo, I'm sorry, bro. We got moderators in here. We got people with wrenches.
I believe so. We should.
Yo, man, you know what? Yo, we can get these sodomites up out of here, man. I mean, I don't dig all that. This guy, Bev the Darkness. You can get him up out of there. Anybody with a wrench, please bounce him. We don't need all that garbage on the Shabbat. Talking about I chewed the mouth with a butt. Get out of here.
I just noticed that. I wasn't really looking at the chat. But yeah, anybody with a wrench, you see anything like that, just feel free. Don't even ask. We'll give you something in your butt, all right, a foot.
Disgusting.
But this was we know that this was a political move to preserve their numbers, and every race, every group, they have their right to preserve. Is just the way that you go about it. Now we know that there was a whole system put in place as a means to help us deplete our numbers, right? And these systems were put in place specifically for that. Now, whenever, like the Bible says, you dig a pit for somebody else, you end up falling into that pit. So everything that they meant to destroy our people ended up backfiring on them some kind of way. So now their numbers are depleted, and now you want to make this issue illegal altogether, while at the same time when you look at the protest against it, it's coming from the, you know, the women of our people. Our people, our women are leading the brunt of the protest against it. So in other words, our women are fighting for the right to continue to deplete our numbers while they made it illegal for the purpose of preserving and growing their numbers. And so with that in mind, let's look at uh, a couple of videos here, and we're going to look at what the media is propagating to our people and to our women about giving birth in these times. And we're going to look at these things and bring out some more thoughts along the way as we listen in. But we still under fair use. All right, this is for educational purposes only. And we'll stop it every now and again just to chime in and address the points that's being brought out. All right.
Well, the Supreme Court ruling striking down Roe v. Wade could impact women of color more severely than anyone else. A Duke University study estimates that a complete abortion ban could increase Black maternal deaths by 33%. Black women are already 3 to 4 times more likely to die giving birth compared to white women.
All right, off the top, man, let me address that. We already see that the theme is that this abortion ban is going to affect Black women more than any other demographic by 33%. All right, and we're going to look at other videos, and I'm sure y'all have seen a lot of stuff saying that every 3 out of 4 of our women are liable to die while giving birth in this time.
Hey, brother E.
Go ahead.
They just really, after I heard this again, I realized what they said. What they're actually saying is, we're gonna kill 33% more of y'all if we can't get our right to do this. If we can't use this abortion, we gonna do it ourselves in the hospital. That's what they say.
No. What they're saying, bro, is it's okay to kill y'all, but it's not a good idea for us to kill ourselves.
That's what I'm saying. If we strangle you, we're gonna kill you.
Mm-hmm. Lies,
But we ain't stopping. It ain't gonna happen now.
Basically, modern medicine hasn't made any advances. You know what I mean? Modern medicine doesn't help anything. You know.
That's what I was saying. They have the pill RU487. 187, and they had to name their pill 487. Are you for it?
It's no wonder that one judge, I forgot her name, she couldn't define what a woman is.
Oh yeah.
Because these people don't even believe women are naturally capable of giving birth.
Ketanji Jackson Brown, our new Supreme Court justice.
Exactly. And she made it in, huh? Oh
yeah,
wow.
Should have pulled her titties out. This is a woman.
Wow. They don't believe our women are capable of naturally giving birth. Like that's not normal for our women to be able to give birth. That's not normal. Most women of color will die trying to give birth.
Yeah, but they sure wasn't dying in them breeding farms, though, were they?
Oh yeah, they didn't have no problem then. Yeah.
And I hear you, Sister Fatima, because my wife, she had the same problem also. So,
bless thy root.
I understand.
Answer that question for us, bro.
Yeah, right.
When is the embryo or fetus actually considered alive? I'm gonna address this a little bit later on in the presentation, but I'm gonna just leave it at that. Just stick around, bless thy roots. We're gonna address that. Shalom to you. Shalom to the brother Tone Spain.
Peace, Tone.
All is well, bro. He said they don't care for Israelites in labor. They neglect them when and complications arise.
True. Remember in the book of Exodus, for the Hebrew women aren't like our women. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They don't care.
So notice they made the comparison to white women. Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die during childbirth as opposed to white women. Let's get some more.
I want to bring in Kanika Harris from the Black Women's Health Imperative. Kanika, those are some damning stats, and this is personal from you. Talk to us about your own experience as a Black woman having an abortion and what impact this ruling will have on women of color.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. I never thought in my 40s that I would be in a situation where I would have to contemplate an abortion. I was married, I had children, um, you know, substantially employed, and didn't know that I would end up in that situation. However, due to my previous pregnancies, due to experiencing trauma and racism during pregnancy and delivery, it was recommended that if I were to get pregnant again, that my uterine walls had stretched so thin from my pregnancies, having 2 twin pregnancies, that it wasn't a good idea for me to move forward with the pregnancy. And this.
So she believed the advice of her damn. She said she had complications, complications through the damn doctors, through her presidency. I'm just gonna paraphrase it. You know, they was giving her problems and problems and problems, and last time they say, "Look, I don't think you should have it," and she gonna believe it. That's what it is.
Her uterus walls was spread so thin that she
Come
can
on,
never.
they tell you hey, that's how they got a lot of our women. I bet many of our women listen. They got them into this hysterectomies because of that. They did all the wickedness that they could to stop y'all from having the next nation that's going to rule this earth. It's
So,
about the kingdom.
but here's the thing: because of her technicality, still, why would you want to advocate for that though? Still,
Really.
you
Oh
know what I
no,
mean?
listen, man. They always can get.
How much she
I'm
paid?
done.
They
Exactly.
give her the bag and she look right there. Man,
Plus, you was up in your damn
disgusting, dude.
40s. You know, so you with her qualifications, and you don't even know if you got rid of the next president or the leader of this nation, the doctor who could fix women who had problems like you.
Yo, I don't want to jump. I don't want to jump the gun. But did you mention, brother Eric, what this was? The petition for that versus the petition to get Kevin Samuel.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that.
Cause that's crazy, man. I mean, does it get any worse than taking an innocent life, bro? I mean, I
Well,
don't
it,
think it.
it wasn't it wasn't for abortion. No,
Yeah,
that was something else. That
yeah,
was
I know.
dealing with the Black Lives Matter protests.
Yeah, but I think it falls in line with this conversation concerning priority. You know, our people they're ready to put in votes on these different subjects, but then on something like this, they're starkly against. You know, they I don't get it, bro. It's really infuriating to me because it doesn't get any worse than murdering innocent children, man. It doesn't get any worse than that. You know, you're murdering, you're taking life. Think of all the millions of lives, man, and who they could have been, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, and some of these people claim to believe in God. Some of these people claim to believe that. Now look at the petition, right? It says Kevin Samuels' petition to remove him from social media has more signatures than black women that stole our culture. right? So to remove Kevin Samuels from YouTube, right? They had to get 35,000 signatures, and they up to 33,808, right? And to stop black communities mistreatment, misappropriation of funds, retention against the BLM organization, all they needed was 5,000, and they barely got 3,000. So what's wrong here? What is wrong with our priorities over here? This tells you that people are more concerned about their feelings than the actual survival of our people. Somebody out there is more concerned with their feelings than the survival of our nation, with the survival of our people. And that's what this speaks to too. All these people that's hurt and bent out of shape over Roe versus Wade can simply ask the dude to put on a condom. But they want to be able to let the box shit get shot up and then kill the baby. They want the club to get shot up and then just go and kill the life form that's growing inside. I don't get it. And this sister right here, man, like it's consequences for that, man. I don't got no pity for people that take innocent lives, man. If you're a woman that just you just get abortions because you can, just because you can kill the baby, man, I hope they send you to the lowest parts, bro. I don't care, man. Cause that could have been me. You would kill me? You don't. How can you give a damn about your men? Some of these women that's doing it. How could you care about your men when you kill a life that's inside of you? Ask yourself, brothers. We got to think about this, man. What makes you think any sister that would kill a life inside of her give a damn about what you want in a woman or a wife? This is what we dealing with, man.
Exactly. And notice also the sisters in her 40s. So the scripture tells the elder women to teach their daughters to love their husbands and to love their children. And all of these complications, we're gonna bring this up in a sec, but a lot of these complications are due to a lot of outside things, like a lot of women go through stress mentally, from having to work so much and having to deal with pressure from the world. And this is due to a lot of our women putting themselves in that position in a lot of ways. Not to say that women shouldn't work and do things and, make money and that kind of thing, but it's just the mindset behind it. A lot of women purpose themselves to go out and work and do what they do for the sole purpose of not needing a man and proving it. And this will put stress on you over time, many, many years of doing that. I don't want people to think that I'm saying women shouldn't work and that kind of thing, but it's just the mentality that a lot of people have when they go out and do things, when they go about doing things.
My bad. I'm sorry.
I was just finna say there's a lot of reasoning behind when you deal with these complications, especially women when they get older. There are a lot of older women who have children still, but the narrative is when you get to a certain age, then you risk this and you risk that, and a lot of that is due to a lot of past activities, a lot of stress put on your body over time. But go ahead, brother Bunya.
We gotta teach the younger generation, better. Brothers gotta stop just laying down with any woman just because she open her legs to you, man. Brothers be just out there looking to fornicate, and to be with anybody that'll open their legs to them, man. That's not what we was meant for, man. We was meant to grow families with each other. Choose wisely. Don't choose a one night stand. Look for a wife. Look for someone that want to grow a family with you. Someone that's not gonna kill your seed, because she ain't done getting ran through. And likewise with the sisters, man. Be careful with dudes who don't got no sense of responsibility or integrity. Brothers that don't have no kind of compassion and understanding about what it means to be a man, and to own up to their responsibilities, and to own up to you know to their responsibilities, and be accountable for their actions. That's what we got to learn as a people. We are accountable, not just to each other, but to the Most High. You don't realize you accountable to the Most High. You're gonna find out when it's too late. You know, you got brothers who will bring life into the world and don't want to have nothing to do with the life, and then we got sisters that'll kill life. They're not equally both wrong. It's worse to kill it, but I'm gonna tell you what, man. Something is seriously wrong here, man. Like, come on, man. Like, knowing who these are Israelites, bro. Israelite babies. The elect, the chosen seeds, being discarded like garbage, exterminated. While people run around in this nation thinking that everything is all hunky-dory. Even with war and all these things going on, you still got the audacity to want to kill your babies. That right there, man. That's how do you come back from that, bro? I don't understand how much money they gave this woman to come on live and to advocate for something like that. And for her to have a husband, I don't know if she's still married, but for whoever her husband is, has failed his family, bro.
Yep.
I want to throw in. I was telling brother Ebry earlier today how me and my son's mother, we weren't together no more, and she came up to me one time and she told me that she was uh she was pregnant, and I came from church when she told me this, as a matter of fact. And she said that the doctor told her that if the baby was dead inside her, and he gave her the pill so that she could take it and abort it over the top. And she was like holding her head. She said, "Look, I don't know what to do." Um, I told her, um, listen, because back then I was still woke. I may have been in church, but I was always woke. I said, I said, was that? I said, I ain't even go all the way into it. But I told her, I remember that. I said, was that a white doctor? I said, you can't believe nothing that these people tell you, because these people, ever since we've been here, all these people ever tried to do was kill us. I said, you don't know if that baby alive in you or not. She said, we took a sonogram, and it had no heartbeat. I said, I'll tell you what, throw away that pill, and I'm gonna pray for you, and that baby gonna be alive. And she had to go to the doctor that next day, to make sure everything is okay. That's what it was, that next day. And I prayed on her. and that baby came right back to life. She 20 something years old today, maybe 23, 24 today, to this day.
And she can have children of her own now. You know, there's a lot of good sisters out there who know the Israel, and even outside of knowing the Israel, that understands the importance of life. You know, so sisters coming on here like this sister right here, they ain't got no excuse. They got plenty of examples of sisters that stepped out and did what was right, opposed to just thinking about themselves. There's a lot of sisters out there that put their needs behind the needs of others, so that a baby could be born, so that life can go on, so life can be given. There's a lot of sisters that go, a majority of them, I guarantee you, go into those operating rooms afraid, scared, and they go through it. See what I'm saying?
Man.
But this sister right here, man, she, you know, people like that, man, I don't get it, man. Like you was made for that. You know? The scripture say a woman is saved through childbearing. Why? Because it's a precious thing to be able to bring forth nation, to bring forth your people, and bring forth the continuance of our existence, to be a part of that. Not the be a part of our extinction, but be a part of us growing and multiplying and becoming a people on the earth that rule. There's a lot of examples out there of sisters that do that. So what's her excuse? You born, your mom gave birth to you. You know, what would be your argument from the womb to your mother if she was contemplating killing you? What argument could you have? You know, you get mad. They get mad over Roe versus Wade. Who was going to speak up for these babies? Who's going to speak up and take up charge for the innocent?
Man. And you know, a lot of us brothers, we sitting right next to good examples of that. You know, I know I am. When it comes to dealing with that kind of thing, man, trust me, it is a challenging thing, you know. And so, like we say, we commend all of our sisters who do this thing in a righteous way, you know, going through that. I want to talk about some reasons why, because I'm gonna bring the video back up here shortly, but I want to bring up some reasons because a lot of times you talk about the complications, and what has happened is in our generation and time, you know, we're dealing in a time where sexuality is something that's been practiced in a lot of different ways, experimented with in a lot of different ways. And so now because of that, you have a lot of different complications. And so when you talk about the different things that women go through during pregnancy, a lot of women will talk about you know, things like I don't know what the name of it is, but something where the seed doesn't develop properly in the woman's tube, and so because of that, the child doesn't grow properly, and all of these things are due to a lot of different complications. When you look at birth control, for instance, you know, you have many different types of birth control, and a lot of different women are on these birth controls, and they're on them for many, many years. These birth controls disrupt natural functions in the body. And so for many, many years, you have natural functions being disrupted. And then you decide to have a child, you know, without, you know, any type of research or understanding your body and what it has been put through the birth control, because you have many different types. You have oral birth controls, you have birth controls that they put inside of you. And I've heard of many cases where children were born, and while they were coming out, you know, the birth control device was coming out with the child. You have these devices that have gotten stuck inside of women. You know, you have unprotected and unnatural sexual activity. You know, you have all these different devices and different things that people use, and it's already been shown that some of these devices cause women to disrupt things to where now you're either going to have a complicated pregnancy or you can't get pregnant at all. But what I want to do real quick is I want to let my wife speak on a few things, because this is something that we talked about a lot, just to give a woman's perspective on some of the issues as to why a lot of women face complications, and why they can't get pregnant, or why they face complications during pregnancy. So a lot of this plays into the mindset and things that they want you to fear. But what's on your mind, babe?
Shalom, family. Just regarding like pregnancy and the reproductive system in us women, it's a lot of ways that we harm ourselves and we don't really realize. You know, a lot of our products that we use daily, they contain chemicals known as EDCs, endocrine disrupting chemicals, you know, and those chemicals, they can affect the woman's body in ways such as early puberty, having irregular menstrual cycles, endometriosis, fibroids, you know, and just other health complications. We know many women have like heavy period flows, and you know, a lot of that we use the products that they have on the shelf, you know, the tampons, the pads and whatnot, and even in those are loaded with such chemicals. They're said to have the highest percentage of the what is it called? Hold on, I wrote the word down.
Just basically giving some background on the products. You got it?
Yeah.
Phthalates. I don't even know how to say that word. It's phthalates or something like that.
Yeah.
One of those chemical terms.
Yeah, but it says that has a high concentration in that in our panty liners and, you know, pads and so forth. You know, also in our hair products, you know, we have those EDCs again, you know, in a lot of the perms, just some of the oils that we use, you know, our nail polishes, eyeliners, makeup, of course, just a lot of things that we use as women, our perfumes, the deodorants, you know, just a lot of basic things that we put on ourselves, not to mention, you know, taking birth control. Some people start at an early age, some at the age of 13, 16, and just continuing that for a span of time until adulthood. And, some people well into their, I'm sorry, their 30s or, 35 years old. And now they're stopping birth control and not really detoxing their bodies of years of taking that pill, and it's sitting and dissolving in your womb, and on top of all the other ways we are constantly polluting ourselves, as far as the children, and their hair care products and the Just For Me perms and stuff like that, and some of the foods that we give them, all of that can start early puberty, which can lead to some of these very problems, the having the fetus developed outside of the uterus and all of that, just it's many ways that we ourselves harm, we use, there's some women that use, the sex toys and whatnot, those itself can cause STIs in women, sexually transmitted infections, because I doubt they really clean them properly, not to mention the radiation from the battery, however it's powered or whatnot, whether it's battery operated or you charge it, all of that is feeding into your body, into that area, further destroying or mixing with, or better yet, cooking, the birth control pills and whatever else you're putting in your body, But it's just many ways that we do this to ourselves, and these complications come about, the birth defects, the complications, just a lot of it is on us. The medical system can be discouraging, having had 5 pregnancies myself, I was told the same thing, that, another could put me at risk or not. And, I don't really believe on all of that. If the Most High didn't want me to, I don't think he would allow. People ask, how do we have so many children, or, why do we have, or what did we do not to? And, it's like, we're just a couple, we do what couples do, it's not our decision. We're not trying and we're not preventing, but it's not up to us.
Right. I was gonna mention the discouragement from the medical industry. A lot of women receive a lot of discouragement from not only from family, from friends, but even in the medical industry, going through pregnancies out of questioning, and I noticed also that, when my wife, when we were having our children, whenever I wasn't around is when they tried to come to her and ask her certain questions. They ask her about her environment. They ask her, did she want to consider birth control and all these different things? Was she being forced, to have these children? There's all kind of things that, when in the medical industry, women go to these places because they trust these people. They trust their advice. They trust the fact that, these people have the best interests at heart when it comes to my children and my health, when really all you are a stepping stone to them. When you have children, especially as Black women, they want to try to discourage you as much as possible. They want to try to promote, having less children or getting rid of your children as much as possible. That's why I say I can understand. Well, I can't say I understand, but I sympathize with my sisters who go through these pregnancies, especially those who really want to have children. Go ahead.
Like with our first child, I had hyperemesis, severely. Like I was in bed for at least the first 2-3 months, just couldn't hold anything down, to where, they did ask if I wanted to consider that, but of course we didn't, and just even the pregnancies after that, each doctor, and I actually had the same doctor throughout each pregnancy, and she was never, hey, I see y'all are building a family. It's more so, are you forced? Do you want to go through with this? And it was just more so a lot of discouragement. It was a point to where I didn't really, without my last pregnancy, I didn't really gain the weight according to her scale, but the baby was growing. And even like throughout that, it was a lot of discouragement, whether being anemic and just a bunch of different issues she would try to present, which we knew, I wasn't feeling no type of way. There was no test results, of any surety or anything like that to say anything, but it was just a lot of discouragement and the attitude and just the, oh, you're back again, like type deal, instead of, hey, I'm still getting paid, but it just, I mean, but it just, they do make it uncomfortable, not to mention all the paperwork, all the, I like to, in a sense, it's sort of like signing your life away, because it's all, if this, do you give consent to, it's a lot of uncomfort and pressure going in through it. Like I told him the other day, we were joking about it, like just having him there, and then just after the baby coming out, and hearing the cry, it was just like a moment of relief, just I'm through it, like but I don't know, not everyone feels that way.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Pat. Any thoughts from you brothers before we continue with some more of this video? All right, I'm gonna play some more of the video, but that's just a brief background on some of the complications that lead to why women, number one, are discouraged. When I say women, I'm speaking of our demographic, are discouraged to have children and go through with having children, and why a lot of them or some of them can't have children, because there are some women who, because of certain issues and complications, they can't have children. But let's play some more.
Despite our best efforts, my husband and I, we found ourselves pregnant when I had 1.5-year-old twins, and we had to make the very difficult decision to pursue that pregnancy or terminate that pregnancy. Living in DC, recognizing that Black people in DC represent 50% of the population in DC, but 90% of the maternal deaths in DC. So
why do you think that is?
It's a lot of reasons. One, it's racism and racist care, both disrespectful care in hospitals. I've gone to 2 different hospitals in DC to deliver and have received disrespectful care where I wasn't listened to. And additionally, it's racism over our life course. From the time we're born to the time we reach reproductive age. There's 20 years of research to show that the stress that we endure because of racist policies, because of trying to overcome and circumvent the system to get terminal degrees to succeed, that weathers our reproductive organs and can put us in higher risk when we're pregnant.
Mm. So she understands the racism that happens towards our people trying to deliver the babies, but she hasn't figured out that this is part of that same system.
That's what I was saying. She knew it,
so they
she
discourage
fell for it.
yeah, they discourage you. They want to discourage you from having children So that's what you do. You play right into their hands and then stop having children because they're making it hard on you to have the child. They obviously don't want your race to continue on, right?
Hmm.
So you should defy that. Not play into their hands and say, well, because racism and the not hearing me out and no, that's not what you do. You don't stop having the children. You don't abort the child. You don't kill the child. You played right into their hands. Is the service when you try to get the child killed the same as when you try to have it born? I bet you it's a lot easier to kill a child than it is to have one. Why is that? She looked like an intelligent woman, right? She hasn't questioned that. Nobody in her circle, her husband, her sisters, she hasn't looked at her children and said, you know what, they may have wanted me to abort you, but I had you, and you know what, I'm glad I did. Did she ever look at her children and say, I'm glad I didn't abort you?
Hmm.
And if you can do that, yeah.
When she first started talking, she set the tone for the whole deal when she said she had a nice occupation, what she did. So with her being married, what I'm seeing is maybe she didn't want to have many children at all anyway.
Mm.
I could be wrong in that, but that's what I'm seeing based on what she's saying. She was established in her career, and she's in her 40s and, dealing with stress and racism, which goes back to the other sentiment of why I said a lot of times our sisters put themselves in a position to have to deal with the world in the ways that they shouldn't have to. Now this sister is married, and not to say that, she shouldn't work or have, things that she want to do work wise. But if it gets to that point, why not make an adjustment? Why not start a business of your own and use that as a means to help to sustain your household? But a lot of women are in marriages and in relationships trying to establish their own independence and their own identity, their own careers, and all this is just for the just in case purpose. And so that can add a lot of stress, especially when you get pregnant, which is always highly likely when you're having sex unprotected with your husband or with anybody. There's a possibility that's going to be the outcome. But when that happens, now the stress comes. What about my career? What about this? What about that? Well, I can't get pregnant right now. My chances of having a baby are unlikely. 3 to 4 Black women. So now everybody got this in their head now. But any thoughts? Any more thoughts? Brother Yash?
Nah, I think you kind of summed it up right there and all of that. You know what I mean? Kind of delved into the unspoken side of what she, what she's saying without saying. Reading between the lines.
Yeah, I mean, 40-year-old sister with 2 children.
Now, 2 sets of twins, and she probably was thinking, "Oh no, I can't have a third set of twins."
Yeah, she did say 2 sets of twins.
Yeah, she probably thinking, "Oh no, hell no, I might have a third set of twins." So
Did
I
she
used
say
all
two
his
sets
reason.
or did she say one set, a set of twins?
No, 2 sets of twins. I think.
A set of 1-year-old twins?
I think
I
she
don't
has
know.
2 sets of twins. She's a twinner.
Oh.
She ain't want to be a triplets.
2 sets of
Yeah, she be getting 2 for 1s all the time. You know what I mean? So she was like, "Nah, man, if I do this, that's 6 kids in 3
3
tries.
2.
Yeah, I can't."
Yeah. Let's get some more of this, man. I want to get into one more of the video, but I'm let's get some more of this.
Your organization's website says your mission is to lead the effort to solve the most pressing health issues that affect Black women and girls in the U.S. So how does the SCOTUS ruling impact that mission?
So it just energizes us in our mission. We started in reproductive health 40 years ago. So we will just continue the fight. We will, develop allies and work with our allies, our reproductive other organizations that we work with to continue to fight to make sure that abortion access, it's accessible, it's safe, and that we work on the front end in terms of contraception as well.
Doesn't it sound like she's sort of double speaking? She's saying that they're advocating for reproductive health, right? But
Remember, I told you that was that bait and switch. They couldn't bring up it was a procedure, so they changed the word from medical procedure to they changed it from the to a health issue.
right,
In other
women's
words,
health,
it went from the
reproductive.
life of the child to the health of the woman. And I realized also, it hit me when she was talking. I said, "Oh wow, she has that elitist thinking. Elitists think it's fine for us to have children because we have the ways and the means and to give them a good life, but the others should die because they may live in they don't live as well as us. They don't make as much money as us, so their children don't deserve to live because they're gonna be living off of our money, even though they don't pay taxes, and they're nothing more than a bunch of uh, elitist, I mean, useless eaters. That's what that is. Elitist thinking."
Smitty say she threw in using protection on the on the end. Yeah, she slid it in there, but that's not even the main option. I was looking at some stuff about the most effective forms of birth control, right? And one of the most effective forms of birth control was condoms. When they're untampered with, it said that they're like 98 point something percent effective. So it's like if we're gonna do wrong right, why not go back or not even go back, but just use those types of things if we're gonna do wrong right. I'm not condoning or promoting it, but I'm just saying in the light of what we see happening, what happened to those types of things, and why is it that the idea of abortion is so important? Is it, it's almost as if this is a purposeful thing. Women who are not even pregnant, women who are not even interested in men at all are advocating for abortion. So what happened to the old school ways of doing things, and why is it so obsolete now? You know,
That money. That
and then
money.
who are all these men, you know, that are doing this? Because for a woman, and I'm not even speaking of this sister right here, but then it's about what she's behind and what she's promoting. There are other women, like Brother Bunya said, who has had multiple abortions, right? Multiple abortions. So these women have to be just having sex with random men in order to be able to do that. You can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, and that's that. See, but the reality was that's why I brought it up in the beginning. The ones who was using it as birth control was mainly their women. Our
Yeah,
women will have 4 different women from 4 different. That's where the term baby mama and baby daddy came from. Not them, us.
yeah,
So they go ahead and uh, uh come up with some kind of numbers to trick you into saying since we all doing it, we might as well keep doing it. But less of us have been doing it than that.
yeah.
So that's why they'll use this percentage wise. But I see the truth now because man, everybody was pregnant. Hey, looking every summer you see the whole new batch of the new up and comings.
Yeah, it's a lot of different things behind this, you know, and there's a reason why they have our women at the forefront of these movements, and it's also an agenda behind it as well. Because, like I said, you see a lot of women who are a part of the alphabet movement involved in this, and it's like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
what do y'all have to do with it? You know, you're not getting anybody pregnant, and you don't want to have children. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so you have a big push from that side of things as well.
But you know what it is? It's that status, that power. You know what I mean? They like to throw status and power, down a lot of our women. I don't, it's as if um, our women are more attracted to power than our men. It's a power thing.
We definitely see that. Let's get a little bit more of this.
I want to get to another question about we heard from Asa Hutchinson, the governor of Arkansas, and AOC today. So Governor Hutchinson essentially said he is comfortable with the government forcing a woman to carry out a pregnancy. Here is how Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez reacted to that this morning.
The state of Arkansas and Governor Hutchinson governs over a state that has the 3rd highest maternal mortality in the United States. 71% of the women who die are Black women as well. This is a state that has 26% child poverty, where 1 in 4 children are living in in poverty in the state of Arkansas, and forcing women to carry pregnancies against their will kill them.
Forcing women to carry pregnancies against their will. Now, how does she get pregnant?
And then she said, "I will kill them." That's what snatched me.
I mean, it was consensual, you know, how she got pregnant, but now you're forcing her to carry out a pregnancy against her will.
But like I say, the missing part of this argument is they have the abortion pill. All of this is arguing over nothing when they can go to the daggone clinic and take a pill. No, yeah, it's short supply. No, that pill is there. They ain't mentioning it.
I honestly, I would say first and foremost, I wouldn't even promote the pill because the damage that it does to people on the long term, you know, or the effects that it can have on someone later on, you know, cancer or whatever have you. I would say, stop having sex.
True,
You know what
but
I mean?
right, but you know what? My point, because I don't promote any of this. The point that I'm just trying to make is that our women are arguing for something, are arguing for nothing,
Mhm,
because their argument is you're forcing me to carry this pregnancy.
mhm.
When the facts
They're
is,
looking at,
I'm just looking at the facts. And the
yeah, yeah,
facts is nobody's forcing you to do nothing. You can go take a pill.
yeah.
Stop it.
They're looking at it like a form of contraception.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And
Like
but they
abortion, is
have
a
it.
form of contraception.
That's yeah.
Abortion, abortions in I'm not going to say in extreme cases it shouldn't be. There may be extreme cases where they're physically not able to do it. But I'm sure the brother brought out also the majority of the cases where women are having abortions, they're doing it right out because they just don't want to have a baby. You just not wanting to have a baby is not cause enough to be aborting the child. You know, I mean, there's different circumstances, but that's not one of them. You know, and then there's condoms, then there's birth control beforehand. You know, um, so yeah, man, I totally agree with you. Those are forms of contraception that you can get at it, you can use. Abortion is not a form of contraception. It's not a preventative measure. You know, you've been and not only that, man. There's consequences to having abortions too. That can wean on a woman's body also.
And not only that, they're not talking about, I know women who've been through it, and they, the spiritual weight that it puts on their conscience.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I've always like with a woman being pregnant and then aborting the child also, like women's bodies go through changes because of her being pregnant, right? So
Hmm.
what happens when that process is just halted all the time? Like that's got to have some type of effect on your body, you know. And then you see some people getting cancer and whatnot.
Yep.
Hmm.
Let me play some more of this video.
To get your reaction to what we heard her say, and also the fact that many of these states that have abortion bans have exceptions for the mother. If the mother's life is at risk, there is an exception for her to get an abortion. I want to get your take on that as well.
Yeah, it angers me. It's personal because I had to make the gamble of whether I would be here for my own children, as someone who financially supports my family, would I carry out a pregnancy and die and not be here for the children that are here that I have and not be here for my husband and my family? So those are decisions that are at play when you say that a woman has to carry out a pregnancy that could be extremely high risk that she could die from.
But do you accept the exceptions? Do you trust those exceptions essentially for women, for the mothers who could have their lives at risk? They have an exception to get an abortion in some of these states.
If we trust those women and trust Black women to know what those health risks are, to know that they are at health risk as well as, and those medical providers also believe them, then that would be at that. But no, right now I don't trust them to make a decision for us to carry out a pregnancy and trust that medical risk.
All right. Thank you so much, Kanika Harris. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So now all of a sudden we don't trust the professionals now, you know. So now that we see our people advocating for the continuation of our depletion while they've made this thing illegal for the purpose of preserving and growing their numbers, you know. So what do y'all think the spiritual significance behind this move is? What does this put us spiritually as a people?
Yeah, like we said in the beginning, Pharaoh has put out a decree to destroy the firstborn of the nation of Israel. That's what it is. And they've been trying to stop our nation ever since not ever since we got here, because they first tried to build our nation, tried to keep us in slavery. But once we got released from the property side of it, then they wanted to stop. When they seen us grow, they wanted to stop because they've always, because actually Margaret Sanger, when you do the history on Planned Parenthood, they noticed they was declining and we was increased. That's why they started the eugenics program, or the American abortion, whatever the heck they called that thing in the beginning. I forgot what it was called. The Birth Control Institute, whatever. So it was always about that, and it's just come full circle.
I'm gonna play a couple of more videos, and as we play through these videos, I want y'all to look at the consistent theme in these videos of how our women, our sisters, are advocating for this, and a lot of these sisters are older, you know, sisters that you will look at and probably think that they're beyond their, you know, age of childbearing anyway. But why are these women advocating and pushing this, you know, propagating this to the younger generation of women? But while I'm getting this ready, hold on. Brother Bunya, you have some thoughts?
No. No
Say
thoughts.
no.
Yeah, no thoughts right now.
All right, let me go to this other video here. Let me see if this is the one. Give me a second. Commercials. Yeah, this is one right here. All right. We're still under fair use. Also, the media has a good way of doing things. You know, you're going to see the consistent theme of Black women advocating for abortion, but you're going to see white women going against it, you know. So look at that as well as we continue through these videos, but we still under fair use. Check it out.
With the future of Roe versus Wade hanging in the balance, abortion rights activists are pushing back. They insist that overturning the landmark case would cause a severe abortion access disparity for minority and impoverished communities.
CBS 4's Trish Christakis joins us live from Watson Island. And Trish, you spoke to people on both sides of this heated issue.
Yes, that's right, you guys. Now, pro-abortion rights activist Jasmine Rogers says that criminalizing abortion is a direct attack on women. Now, not only women, specifically women of color. Now, when it comes to pregnancies caused by rape, she says it makes it that much more traumatic.
People will still continue to have abortions. The choice they'll make is whether it's a safe and legal one or it's whether it's going to be an unsafe one. And the government has to contend with the death that then follows.
She says that in instances.
So basically, we're going to do it anyway, right? Whether it's a safe one or unsafe.
Man, I'm willing to bet vacuum cleaner sales will not go up. Because ain't nobody doing no hangers like back in the day. They got Hoovers now.
You say vacuum cleaner sales will go up.
No, they will not. They will
Oh,
not. This
they
is a
won't.
scare tactic. No, ain't nobody buying no new vacuum cleaner. Why?
We'll see. Let's get some more.
Of rape, the trauma of pregnancy makes it much worse.
Forcing people to carry pregnancies to term, again, in the society that we live in, is also an extreme level of violence when you're not willing to support that baby and that mother in a very real way, right? Once the child is born.
Rebecca Brady.
Now, what this also lets me know is that they're getting ready to make a major move. We know that the economy is failing. So now when it comes to the welfare system as a whole, what do you think is going to happen with that? You know?
Well, you know how it is, man. If it comes down between welfare or war, you know war always wins.
But we know that we see the economy is failing in a lot of different ways. You know, America is losing trade wars, putting sanctions on nations that have other outlets. And so it's a lot of moves being made. And so it's a matter of time before all of this catches up. You know, it's only so many reserves that the nation can go back into before it's time to say, okay, we gotta do something.
Hey, yo, look at this white lady in the picture.
Yeah,
look at her posture. I can't wait to tell these niggas to kill each other.
And that's just how it be. Look, hands crossed in the front. You know, she knows she going straight to the bar after this. Gonna play some more.
Looking like she on a Valium.
Huh?
Looking like she on a Valium or something.
Like she gonna go get a stiff drink right after this. And play some more.
With Respect Life Ministry for the Archdiocese of Miami says that in cases of rape, they provide counseling and resources that assist survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and trafficking.
Hold on, bro. I gotta run that back, bro.
When she walking.
You got me thinking about that now. I gotta run that back, bro. Look when she get close to the camera. That look. Watch when she get right up close to the camera. Watch.
Life Ministry for the Archdiocese of Miami says that in cases of rape, they provide counseling and resources that assist survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and trafficking.
We would hurt with her for the harm that had been caused to her. But we know that abortion, regardless of its legal status, as a death experience, always constitutes a trauma. So we would never want to compile trauma upon trauma, only adding to her pain and heartache.
Rogers.
Look at her look on her face. But basically, she's saying whatever trauma you experience from being raped or whatever will help you through that trauma. But don't add another trauma to that. Don't add a trauma onto a trauma, basically. So she's admitting that this is something traumatic. You know, we know that it has to be causing something mentally and spiritually inside of you, you know, because that's a life inside of you. It's nothing inside of you that's dead, and anything that's dead, the Most High made it to where it can come out. There's a release. So technically, the seed is alive inside of the man. Once that seed goes into the woman, that's a life entering into the womb. But let's see what the response is to that. She said, is that hold on one second.
Says that's not enough.
Forced pregnancy is also trauma, right? So where, is that the society that we want to be, that is going to force people to remain pregnant against their will?
I'm gonna run that back. She said, forced pregnancy, and a lot of people asking questions in the audience. It says, what he said, I'm not talking about Minnie Mouse ears. Yeah, exactly. Y'all see the signals and the signs. This is major news. So this is the agenda behind this move. And most of these sisters that's advocating for it, I believe, are part of this agenda.
You see the bee up there too, right?
Yeah.
Bush.
So it's confirmed.
First of all, I don't. She's advocating for it.
He. Yeah, she.
Yeah. Now, I was about to say something, but I don't know if I should say it because I don't personally see how anybody would want to lay with her. But
Listen, like when she first popped up there, I was like, "What the heck?" I know there's somebody for everybody, but
you're like my uncle, bro.
I'm serious.
Like my uncle with his shade, with
his nice clean face.
I don't. Yeah, but you like you guys said with the Minnie Mouse, she deals with females.
You see it?
She trying to get the females away from the men. I mean, that's what she trying to do.
You just said that's not enough. They offered everything. That's not enough. Sit down somewhere.
Yeah. Where's the sister's eyebrows at? That's another one.
For real. And it's funny, man, because this is a sister, and I'm sorry, this is the roast this sister hour.
Yeah,
give me a second. She looked like her face is too clean. This is a woman, and she looked like she needs some hair on her face.
She looked like she has some hair on her face.
I'm telling you, her face look a little too clean. Don't it look shaven or something?
Yeah, it looked like she shaved, bro.
Yeah, her face look a little too clean.
Where is your stash, huh?
I'm serious. Come on. Your face look clean as my boss's.
What did he say? He look like clean cut, huh?
Oh, for real.
Wow. And that's what the shoulders look broad,
That shaven cream face.
She got that 5 o'clock shadow going down there. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Look at the model like she got a 5 o'clock shadow, man. Like,
yeah, I was like, man, her face look a little clean.
Like Mike Tyson.
No offense to you beautiful women out there. But look at her face. Some days look a little clean.
No, we can't be clowned.
She got eyebrows.
I yield.
Yeah, man. Nah. She look like she straight off the block with it though.
Yeah. Timberland boots.
She with a do-rag on a do-rag and a fresh shave.
Yeah.
Posted up.
With a 3X hoodie on.
Oh man.
She said forced pregnancy is also trauma. Forced pregnancy is also trauma.
Yeah, like I said back then, the breeding farms.
Who's forcing her anything?
Nobody ain't forcing them at all. You know, forced pregnancy. Close your legs.
Yeah, but like you said, it seemed to be the ones who wouldn't have that to worry about, had the most to say.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But hey man, it's brothers out here who love sisters, man. You know.
Yeah,
yes, we do, and we fighting for you.
If I was on the block with it, I gotta go grab some, but if I was on the block with it, though, like, yo, son, chill out.
I'm gonna play some more.
Rogers says that's not enough.
Forced pregnancy is also trauma, right? So where, is that the society that we want to be, that is going to force people to remain pregnant against their will?
Respect Life Ministry says in the last year, they've helped 29 mothers that came into their offices intending to have an abortion or undecided about their decision, once they showed them the mentorship and financial services they can offer them. Now, we know that women from all walks of life may be looking for support, but not sure where to turn. We'll have information on our website, cbsmiami.com, on how to get in touch with Respect Life Ministries and also Rogers. Live in Miami, Trish Kraseka, CBS 4 News.
I'm gonna try to find this clip, man. It's kind of funny. Hopefully I can find it, but we see that a lot of terminology is being played around with too. Forced pregnancy. Now, I guess that would be in terms of them saying that somebody's getting raped, and forced to go through with a pregnancy in that regard. But we already saw the percentages on that, thanks to Brother Jason. And I've always known that there is an issue with that, because there are a lot of women who get raped and go through with their pregnancies, And I mentioned before one case where a woman got raped and the guy who raped her came back and got, somewhat partial custody of the child. Not to justify that situation, but to use that as a means to justify, rightful murder or abortion is just out of line, Like Brother Bunya said, is, that type of thing, I don't really know what to say, but let me play another video. Give me a second. Oh, not yet. While I'm pulling this up, man, y'all got any more thoughts on anything?
Did you address when the embryos acknowledged as being alive yet?
Yeah, I just mentioned the the seed is really alive inside of the man. But I just mentioned that briefly. But let me see. I actually have that photo. Did you want to bring that up? Did you want to touch on that? I know you said you were going to do something on that, but
yeah, we still soaking in it, man. We don't really. There's some things that some unanswered questions, so as far as just how it relates, so yeah, I mean, if you want, you can, but we that's just gonna take it in a whole other direction. I don't know.
well, I'm gonna use it as a quick backdrop when I get to another portion.
Okay.
But let me pull up this other video real quick.
Okay.
Which one was it? Nope, not that one. Y'all give me a second. Let me So in that video, you saw how they had a sister advocating for it, and then you had a white woman going against it. All right, so hold on. In this video, we're going to kind of see some of the same thing. All right, we're still under fair use. All right, let's check this video out.
And tonight, some describe the overturning of Roe v. Wade as a gut punch. Some believe the ruling will disproportionately impact Black women.
Each one of these videos I play, you're going to hear that constant theme. All right. So once again,
TV's Richard Solomon has more from a local doctor on why this could be a risk to so many Black women.
Well, AC, this is data from the Ohio Department of Health. It reports Black women make up nearly half of the women in the state of Ohio who got an abortion. And this is exactly why some women believe that their right to have an abortion has been taken away.
This overturning of Roe v. Wade is not somebody else's issue. It literally is going to be our issue. We need to find a way to own ourselves back.
Fran Frazier describes the Supreme Court's ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade as a threat to the health of many Black women.
I doubt if Black women actually feel they actually own their bodies, even now.
Frazier is the founder of Black Girl Rising,
Yeah, see, I don't. It's all these old ass feminine women, man. Like, come on, man, shut up, bro. Come on, man, go sit. Send your ass be somewhere in the rocking chair somewhere, chilling, man, and making banana pudding or something, man. Like, come on, man. My grandmother, when she was her age, my sister got pregnant. My sister wanted to get an abortion. My grandmother was like, hell no, you ain't getting no abortion. You laid down, did the deed, and I had a baby. But these are old lesbians right here, man. That's all that is. These are old ass women that's still into eating the fish, and these women, man, yo, man, nothing worse than the old fool, bro. Cause you didn't live all this life, all this time in your life, and you've learned nothing. You gained no wisdom at all. Like, come on, man. How could you be this old with gray hairs and not understand the importance of our people procreating? How the hell could you be that old and not understand that? Like, come on. Who are these people, man? Go somewhere and die, man. Get out of here with that crap, dude. I don't even like to talk like that but when you old and you ain't got no wisdom, it's the saddest thing to see. It's the most infuriating thing to see too, because you done lived all this time, and then you want to deny that to someone else. Black girl rising. Not black community rising. Black girl rising.
Yep.
Get BS out of here, man. Black girl rising.
People say stop having sex until you're married. You know, the thing about it, the Most High said, be fruitful and multiply. Our issue is this society has made bringing children into the world, childbearing, being husbands and wives. They've turned this into a negative concept because of how this society is structured. Everything is about money.
Go back on her. I'm sorry, man. What kind of stuff is she wearing? Because I can tell you a lot about them too. You
want me to rewind it?
What she? Yeah, let's take a look at what she got on. What is she wearing? Yeah,
like some type of African garb.
Yeah, motherland garbage.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it, and we're gonna see what she has on, and get her expressions again. Check this out.
And they got this naked face Negro up here. Come on, man.
He got a little stash, man. You gotta give him that. You know?
Look like that dude got a shoe. He look like he got a shoestring hanging over his lip.
That's better than the clean face, man.
Yeah, I guess
the baby face.
Yes,
Brother Jason say the Kemet, woman of God mindset.
That's what it just gotta be.
Yeah.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be that, man. That's gotta be the culprit, bro.
Check this out.
Been taken away.
This overturning of Roe v. Wade is not somebody else's issue. It literally is going to be our issue. We need to find a way to own ourselves back.
Fran Frazier describes the Supreme Court's ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade as a threat to the health of many Black women.
I doubt if Black women actually feel they actually own their bodies, even now.
Frazier is the founder of Black Girl Rising.
So she said our issue. So I mean, of course, I don't. Once again, it's just like you guys said. It's women that's way past their birthing age. You know what I mean? She can't have no more children. Like, come on, man. What are you worried about it for?
And you know what else, bro? She said that women don't own their bodies, but all the time, even prior to this, when have women ever been told what they can and couldn't do with their bodies?
Now, I think that's a huge misconception. I think maybe she ought to go live in Saudi Arabia, or go in certain areas in Africa, or go in other countries that's really patriarchal, and see how that stuff fly. This place they got the most leeway here. You know, you got women running around with the breasts out and everything, you know, dressing half naked, all of that stuff, right? According to the old sexual liberation movement and all that stuff, you know. And they're not getting it. They're not, you know, you got women setting up OnlyFans accounts and doing all kinds of garbage like that, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
But
women
in other countries,
women are making money now with their bodies, and all this is pre Roe v. Wade. You know, and so I think this is why the last live I did, I said that this is a issue more so for the men to understand, because if women can own their bodies in the way that they want to own their bodies, that means men need to own their bodies. We need to control our seed.
You know what I'm looking for to happen, and I'm not looking for, but it sounds like what's going to be pushed is some type of legislation to circumvent uh, Roe v. Wade, making it legal for black women only to be able to do this, to be able to have abortions.
Well, they kind of doing it like now, like in my state, South Carolina. The mainstream's pushing it like it's illegal, but they got these little clauses in where you can see that uh, it's really not illegal. It's really like watered down, so black men, women will still be able to come in and do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe, and that's where a lot of these people are doing these amendments. I don't know. I heard Texas came out with it, but I bet they probably got a little clause in there with their amendments. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, of course. You think like seriously? Do you think they really want to stop black people from having abortions? So they're gonna make a clause in there so that it's like, okay, yeah, under these circumstances, if you look like this and look like that, you feel like this, you feel like that, then you can have abortions.
Basically, they
And then
cut it down
everybody,
where you can't get it when you like about 6 months and all that stuff.
mhm.
That's what
they're
they
gonna
really
yeah,
basically did it. You
they're
can
gonna
get it
they're
up to
gonna
about 2 or 3 months.
they're gonna attach it to your financial situations or something like that, bro. Something like the
That too.
financial or somewhere you live. They're gonna attach the clause to that or something so that black people can do it. And that's what's it's gonna be. And not only gonna do that, man, they're gonna make it so that even if you have the baby and you decide you want to get rid of it, you'll be able to get rid of it. Say like it's a lot of people out there don't like men. They'll be able to get rid of the baby if it's a boy. You know, kill it if it's a boy, keep it if it's a girl. You know,
I
they'll be
can
able to
see
do that type of stuff.
it's been done before, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Let's get some more of this.
An organization that works to elevate the experience in young black girls' lives. Her fear comes after the Supreme Court stripped away the nation's constitutional protections for abortion.
Black women have a much, much elevated risk of dying in birth as compared to white women.
Dr. Allison Norris is an associate professor in the
Why do
College of
they keep saying
Medicine and the College of...
why do they keep saying black versus white? What about Asian? What about Mexican people? What about Puerto Ricans? Why they keep saying that?
Making it a black and white issue.
It's telling you something. It's telling you it's cold word. Like it's like kill black people. That's what it's saying.
That's
Man.
what they saying straight
Kill
out.
black people, man. That's what they saying. Kill the black people. You don't see nowhere are you seeing, Mexicans have high mortality rate giving birth. You ain't hearing this with Mexicans, Chinese, none of these.
Nobody.
But you hearing this, keep on hearing black, white, black, white. Kill them, but don't kill us. Don't kill the white people, kill black people. That's what they're doing, man. Oh, bro. Oh, man.
Look, I told you this was the consistent theme throughout all the media. I actually saw a video where there was a couple of sisters, older sisters, they were crying. They broke down crying. It's like, why are y'all crying? Literally. It makes you wonder if the older generation, how do they really view the younger generation? it's a lot of videos, a lot of different stuff, man, that's coming out. You know,
Mothers against the daughters.
yep. Which is nothing new. Like I told you, I said this once before. This issue between the men and the women, the issues with, you know, how the women are being used, all these are issues that have been swept under the rug, and there's no more room under there. It's like racism. All these years, people ignored the issue of racism, swept it under the rug, and now it's blatant in your face. All this stuff is gonna happen like that.
Here's another question, and this is taboo right here, bro. This big time taboo right here, but I'm gonna say it anyway. If we have an overwhelming amount of sisters that don't want to have babies by black men, or don't want to have babies, you're gonna end up seeing a lot more black men with other nations. That's what you're gonna end up seeing.
That's true. Sad but true.
Yeah. And you're starting to see a lot of it now, you know. And I know that is, you know, some people might use that, you know, try to use that against the platform, but it's just the reality of things. This is you can't stop, you know, what you see happening. It's just the reality of nature, you know. If you have one black man and you have 10 black women and none of those women want that man, and there's another woman that wants that man, what do you think is going to happen? Since we dealing with choice, you know, preference, those types of things, it's a lot of brothers who are not preferred by the sisters. Like I said, I'm not, you know, vouching for anything. I'm vouching for truth. I'm vouching for our brothers and sisters to get on board so that we can do what we need to do. But play some more of this.
Public health at The Ohio State University. She's also co-principal investigator of the Ohio Policy Elevation Network.
Any person having to go through a birth that isn't one that they wanted and facing the extra burdens around death, it heaps harm upon harm for our Black and Brown Ohioans and the people across the country.
Fraser says now is the time for Black families to start having candid conversations about sex education and reproductive health care.
This is not a Black women, Black girls conversation. It has got to be a balanced conversation, and we all have to be held responsible.
So I want to get some thoughts from the chat on why y'all believe we see a lot of older sisters advocating for our depletion. You know, and how do you determine if these pregnancies are healthy or unhealthy? You know, like the brother said, are these code words to let us know that from now on, are women going into the hospital, you know, it's a possibility you're not going to come out? You know, what's going on? What's the real motive behind why we see this happening? lot of older women vouching and advocating for this. But like I told you, that was the consistent theme throughout these videos. We see our sisters are advocating for it while you have their people advocating against it. And you see that there's a comparison. Black women have a 3 to 4 times more chance of dying giving birth than white women. All right. When really, it's really kind of the other way around if you look at it. If you look at what's happening in terms of their numbers, you know, but these are things that they're not really reporting on and putting out in the open. But what I want to do now is I wanted to play a couple of Facebook videos, and then Brother Yash, you still want to do that Isaiah 33?
Yep.
We're gonna play these videos right quick because we still got Brother Malek in the background. So while I'm doing this, I want to pull up a video on Margaret Sanger's grandson. All right. Thought this was kind of interesting. Well, first I want to play this video first. Hold on.
So does anyone have the choice?
Let me stop sharing that. I want to play this first, and then I'm gonna play this other video. We still under fair use. I'm gonna play these all the way out. All right. Here we go. I'm gonna mute out.
Choice to kill a baby? Is that a legitimate choice?
They have a choice. Women have a choice to end a pregnancy. Yes, they do.
And what is a pregnancy?
It's not a baby.
It's not?
No.
What is it then?
It's a little thing, like a little nut. It's not. It cannot survive outside the womb.
So, were you a nut?
Yes, at one point I was.
You were a nut.
And I grew into something more.
Before birth, what is it?
It is a fetus.
Is it human? Is it a human fetus?
Most of the time it's human.
Oh, so sometimes it's not?
Oh, God. So irritating. You people are so irritating. I can't stand it. I can't. It just bothers me.
So does anyone have the choice to kill a baby? Is that a legitimate choice?
They have a choice. Women have a choice to end a pregnancy. Yes, they do.
And what is a pregnancy?
It's not a baby.
It's not?
No.
What is it then?
It's a little thing, like a little nut. It's not. It cannot survive outside the womb.
So, were you a nut?
Yes, at one point I was.
You were a nut.
And I grew into something more.
Before birth, what is it?
It is a fetus.
Is it human? Is it a human fetus?
Most of the time it's human.
Oh, so sometimes it's not?
Oh, God. So irritating. You people are so irritating. I can't stand it. I can't. It just bothers me.
So you're a little nut, and then you go from that to a fetus, right? Hold on. But we've all heard that level of reasoning before. A lot of people don't believe that the seed is alive once it enters into the woman. A lot of people believe that life begins inside of the woman. All right. And so that's where a lot of that reasoning comes from. I want to let me see. I want to play another one. Still under fair use. Well, before I do that, let me get it pulled up. All right, this is the one with
We're here in your.
It says this video is a video of Margaret Sanger's grandson, and he's gonna be speaking on Planned Parenthood and what it was really all about. All right, so we're gonna get some thoughts on this as well. Check it out. Fair use.
City asking people their thoughts on abortion.
Do you know who you're interviewing?
Sorry, no. Please do tell
I'm
me.
Alexander Sanger. I'm the former president of Planned Parenthood of New York. My
Margaret
grandmother is
Sanger.
Margaret Sanger, who founded Planned Parenthood. You cannot make abortion go away by criminalizing it. All you do is you make it unsafe. You put women at risk, poor women, women of color, women that don't have the advantages of middle class, wealthy women to travel somewhere and get an abortion. It's discriminatory, it's unfair, it's unsafe, and to me, it's just a total outrage against women.
It's a woman's choice.
Yes. We're here in New York City asking people their thoughts on abortion.
Do you know who you're interviewing?
Sorry, no. Please do tell
I'm
me.
Alexander Sanger. I'm the former president of Planned Parenthood of New York. My
Margaret
grandmother is
Sanger.
Margaret Sanger, who founded Planned Parenthood. You cannot make abortion go away by criminalizing it. All you do is you make it unsafe. You put women at risk, poor women, women of color, women that don't have the advantages of middle class, wealthy women to travel somewhere and get an abortion. It's discriminatory, it's unfair, it's unsafe, and to me, it's just a total outrage against women.
It's a woman's choice.
Yes.
Those are some of the same sentiments that we heard the sister express from the video that we looked at before this one. How by making it illegal, you just create a situation where abortion will be unsafe, basically saying that they're going to find outside means to get this done. So that was a video actually of a man. He said he's Margaret Sanger's grandson. All right. And of course, we know what they advocate for. Now, this is the account from Enoch. And this is dealing with the angels who came down and taught the people forbidden knowledge, things that they weren't supposed to teach them. This is chapter 69, verse 12. It says, and the fifth was named Kasdeja. This is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, and the smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away. All right. So this wicked angel came down and taught these people how to summon demons, or how to smite the smitings of the spirits and demons. All right. In other words, the effects that the demons have on the people, and the smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away. A lot of people say that it's not a life, right? Inside of you is just a little nut or a little blob. All right. But it's an embryo. And this was an act that was taught by a fallen entity to the people. I think I believe it may be in Jasher, where it talks about how the women did this as a means to maintain their figure, so they wouldn't lose their figures. So they would get pregnant and they would smite their children, or they would abort their babies so that they wouldn't get pregnant, so that they, when a woman gets pregnant, You know, a woman's body goes through certain changes. You know, certain parts get bigger, certain parts go through a lot of changes, and they did this as a means to not go through that. So just some backdrop on the history of that to show that it's nothing new under the sun. And the brothers brought up an example of how the male children were slain during Egypt.
Hmm. I was looking for something, and I'm almost there. I'm about to find it, and this just to add to the conversation, of whether or not life is really, you know, when does life start? When can the baby be considered alive? Right. And it's just something to consider, brothers and sisters. But let me see if I can uh see if I can get this here. Okay. I had a couple of pictures I wanted y'all to look at, and I wanted y'all to consider something. All right. So the scripture says, and quote me if I'm incorrect. There you go. That's exactly what I was looking for. All right. So the scripture says that the Most High knew us before the womb, right? And that the seed of Levi paid tithes while they were yet in the loins of Abraham. Am I correct, brother? When I say
Yes,
that?
you are. I thought of that. Go
All
ahead.
right. So the Most High acknowledges that we were alive before we got to the womb of our mother. Now you look at this sperm cell right here. Look at this sperm cell, and then you look at this brain stem. Right? And let me say something. My belief is that the sperm implants itself in the egg, and the catalyst from that causes the sperm to grow within the egg. Right? And the egg provides it with the things that it needs to grow its body. Now, because we're not reptilians, the egg doesn't supply us with the nutrients to grow. That comes directly from my mother. But the catalyst for the egg or the seed to grow is within the egg. Now the seed is alive, and the seed will not leave a man unless it's stimulated to do so. Right? That means the seed can stay alive in the man for as long as it's protected. Right? A woman's egg will drop every month. Right? So it has a shelf life. Now, let me share my screen real quick. I want to show the development of that seed. Right? Because I believe it's alive. This is my personal opinion. This is not scientifically backed. I am not a scientist. I don't claim to be a scientist. But here's the development of the seed. This is where it's implanted into the egg. See, as it grows, see what's happening? See what's happening with that seed as it's growing?
Yeah.
The head of the seed growing into the brain, and the tail that was the seed becomes the brain stem. So what is this telling you? This is telling you a couple of things. First and foremost, that seed is alive. It instinctively swam to that egg. And not only that, the seed that came out of your father is still in you right now. Your brain and the stem is the seed that came out of your father. Your brain and your stem is that same seed, that same sperm that came out of your father. And as it grew, the brain developed, and all the connective nerves that come from the tail connected to your organs, to your legs, your arms, all the nerves. and bone grew around these things to protect what? Your spinal cord is to protect the seed. Your skull is to protect the seed. Your spine protects the tail of the seed. But within that, within all of this, it's still the original seed.
Yeah.
It's still the original seed that came out of your father and went into your mother.
Yeah.
Take a look at another one. Let me see if right. Another one. The seed growing. The same seed. Right? If you look at how hold on, and we're not reptilians, so we don't develop the same way. But you can kind of get an idea of some certain things. Now here's another one. We can look at microorganisms, right? That's beyond the ability of the naked eye to see, and say that these things are alive. But we can't look at these, right? We can't see these under a microscope and see these things, see these moving, see them looking and searching for the seed to implant themselves and acknowledge that these are alive. We can't do that for some reason. We can't acknowledge that. Exactly. We can't acknowledge that this is alive. It has to have arms and legs like us for it to be alive. So we don't want to acknowledge life. We don't want to acknowledge that the Most High made this for a purpose. All of these seeds, all of this. So I'm looking and I'm saying to myself, right? Let me stop sharing. I'm saying, look, if the seed instinctively swims to the egg and implants itself inside of the egg, that in itself tells you that it's alive. The scripture tells us that before we got into the womb, we were alive. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When you look now, again, I said that we're not chickens, we're not reptilians, we're not fowl or birds. But you can look up a video and it will show you how the seed that was in the egg grew. How the seed grew. You know?
Yeah.
Therein is the reason why they wanted to kill the man first. This original brainstem, this came from your father. This didn't come from your mother, it came from your father. Your mother was the incubator and the catalyst for this to grow into what it grew into. Your mother provided the body for this to grow within. You understand what I'm saying? But this brain of yours, this stem that's controlling your heartbeat, your arms, your legs, your feeling, your sight, your taste, everything, that came from your father. And the bone that grew outside of it, the body, the stature that you have, that's from your mother.
Your brain is your consciousness.
Your consciousness. So if this came from your father, and this ain't even, I don't even want to say it because people gonna say camp doctrine, but this would literally mean you're your father.
Yeah.
This would literally mean you are your father.
Yeah. You know something else? It would also mean that we have many generations within us.
Yep.
You know? So when you look at what we come out of, you know, that was all predestined by the Most High. You know, we were in our father's loins the whole time. You know, like my children were inside of me. However many I'm gonna have, you know, they gonna grow and have children. However many they gonna have. It's like trees. You know, trees have fruit, and inside of each fruit, you got multiple seeds. Those seeds, you can grow more trees. Those trees can grow more fruit. It's like you said, it's a heritage. Children are the heritage of the Most High. Continual heritage. Notice they trying to destroy the seeds and everything. And all your fruit, all the seed, everything's seedless. You know.
But this is just a little insignificant nut. You know.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's not alive. You know, because I can't see it with my naked eye. Right? That's how they think. But let them start killing puppies. Let them start killing dogs like that. And have saying, you know, we're gonna abort all dogs. All brown dogs, we're gonna do that. It'd be an outcry from their community.
Well, they kind of have down here. They try to force people to neuter they pets down here, because so many of them homeless and in pet shelters, they run out of space. But yeah, you're right though, in terms of, you know, them forcing that on the whole of all the dog population. Yep. They do what they want to do, man. How they want to do it. Because they even have it to where they can butcher their dogs once they die. Sell them. It's crazy, man. It's a lot of stuff going on that we don't know about. But Brother Yash, on that Isaiah 33, then
Many analysts fear that this base
we're gonna get the closing from Brother Malek Immaculate.
Yeah. Well,
I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, I got it right here.
You gonna share? You can't share your screen, can you?
No, I can't. So you can go ahead. I could if I sign in right, but I never signed in right. While Brother E's pulling it up, the Most High had put a thought on my mind. See, because while we're busy arguing over a decision that was made by the Supreme Court of this United States of America, he had you got to realize that everything is a distraction. We already know that everything is about us. And as we spoke earlier, the Messiah said, you will give an account for every idle word. And so it's just not the fact about, or in other words, they have our sister, they have tricked you. The devil has tricked you into arguing about the right to kill your own seed, your own nation. We got old women past their child bearing age. They didn't either had them or whatever. But their time is up. Yet they're training you young women to condemn yourselves by the words of your own mouth. And what he had put and the significance. And while we're busy fighting over the right to destroy our own nation, make no mistake, we're fighting for the right to kill ourselves. Because as you have seen throughout this presentation, every daggone the majority of the faces that was put in front or out of front are our faces. Hebrew faces, Israelite faces. And you got Gentiles, even though they're fighting for themselves, they're fighting for you to live. Because the scripture says the whole creation is groaning in travail for the manifestation of the sons of the Most High, sons and daughters. I don't even know if I want to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. It said, Isaiah 33, starting with verse 1. It says, woe to thee that spoilest, and thou wast not spoiled, and dealeth treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou shalt cease to spoil, then thou shalt be spoiled. And when thou shalt make an end to deal treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with thee. O Yahweh, be gracious unto us. We have waited for thee. Be thou their arm every morning, and our salvation also in the time of trouble. At the noise of the tumult, the people fled. At the lifting up of thyself, the nations were scattered. And your spoil shall be gathered like the gathering of the caterpillar, as the running to and fro of locusts shall he run upon them. Yahweh is exalted, for he judges. What is it? For he dwelleth on high. He hath filled Zion with judgment and righteousness, and he shall be the stability of thy times and strength of thy salvation, wisdom and knowledge, for the fear of Yahweh is in his treasure. I'm going to stop right there.
Amen.
Because, so the point is, they're doing, when you see they do these overturnings of doing these things that we never thought possible in their law, like the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Clarence Thomas, even though they ain't going to do it, mentioned maybe we should visit this gay thing again or whatever it was. What was the other thing that they did? Not the gun thing. They did something else. In other words, they've been, if you haven't noticed, the U.S. is trying to backtrack on some of the decisions that she's made, that they've made, that they known that was wickedness, or they're catering to the Christian ideology, because their biggest things was abortion and homosexuality as the sins of America. But the scripture points out When Babylon begins to try to show that it's changing, he said this is the time that he's going to bring its destruction upon this nation. And we supposed to be waiting. Yet we're too busy fighting one another. Fighting for this wickedness to continue.
I'll say something else. Like for the sister Vanessa R, she says there are men that stand for abortion too. That's true. There are a lot of men that do it too. But
go ahead.
But I would say the same way a man doesn't have any decision on if a woman keeps the baby, he doesn't have any decision on if she's aborted or not. So whether or not she aborts the baby or not, the man has no say so, not within this society, whether or not she keeps it or not, or if she gives birth or not. He can have an opinion about it, but he has no ability to make the lady forfeit or have the child. You know, it's just these men out there doing that. These are just men out there with their opinions, but have no real governing ability to do anything about it. So ultimately, it's on the women to not abort the children. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And the point that I was just trying to get at is that we've been through this 400 years. And we've been waiting. But he says, and if that wicked and evil servant shall say within his heart, my Lord delayeth his coming, and then to begin to eating and drinking with the drunkards or the wicked, or basically you start going back saying, okay, well, he ain't coming. I might as well go on about my old business as usual. He says, then that the Most High will come in a day when you do not expect. Cut you, and then you're going to be in a bad place. So, matters, what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if how bad the woman may have had a relationship with her man and vice versa, because it goes both ways. You can't carry none of that with you to the wilderness. And if we sitting up here holding on to resentments and fighting over mistakes that we made in our daggone life and holding it against everybody, you'd be lucky to make it up out of here. It's time for us to come together. Damn what happened to you. Damn what's happening to everybody else. The Most High ain't wake you up for you to continue us to continue fighting over foolishness. He woke us up to become a nation. And this is what it's about. In other words, when you're coming up with these thoughts, check yourself, because it's the devil. If I'm coming up with these thoughts against any of you women or any of our nation, it's the devil. I don't give a darn what happened. And I know I had a hard life. We've all had a hard life. This captivity is a punishment. So you charge that to the game. because we deserved it for what our ancestors did. And we don't deserve what the Most High is about to do for us. So let's kill this noise within us. Let's kill that spirit within us that's causing up there trying to pass blame. Kill it. Just crush it. Recognize the devil for what it is and cast it out. Let's become one, like the Messiah said. I pray, Most High, I pray, Father, that they are one even as we are one. I
want to read this is a post, and I'm just going to read it out. This is from a Israelite women's group, and I'm not going to say the sister's name. I'm just going to read the post. It says, a seed will not grow without the earth and water. A child will not grow without a womb. If a person decides they no longer want roses in their garden, they can remove them. However, I cannot walk across the street and tear out someone else's roses, and I cannot force them to plant roses either. Rather, my neighbor has roses in their garden or not is none of my business. If a woman doesn't want to have a child, that is between her and God only, no one else. If I want to plant roses or sunflowers in my garden, that's my choice. If I decide to remove them, not my neighbor's choice. My uterus, my business. All right, and this is a post from a Hebrew women's group. I'm going to keep the sister's name anonymous. But to that, I want to read 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verses 19 through 20. Because, like I said, there are a lot of things that go on in these different groups. A lot of sisters in the truth. A lot of sisters in the truth, they express these kind of things in these groups. All right. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19, it says, what? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of Elohim, and ye are not your own, for ye are bought with a price. Therefore glorify Elohim in your body and in your spirit, which are Elohim's. All judgment is given into the hands of Yahushua HaMashiach, and your body is not your own. If it's my body, my choice, then choose life. All right, that was just the ending part that I put on, but that reading is from 1 Corinthians 6, verses 19 through 20. Letting you know that Mashiach purchased the whole creation with his blood. Everything has been given over to him now, and ye are not your own. And so, in understanding that, what is his standard for our body? You know, our standard is for a man to marry, for a man to have his own wife, for a woman to have her own husband, for them to bear children, be fruitful and multiply. All right. And if there are any complications, by the Most High's will and grace, those things can and will be worked out. There's plenty of examples of that in the scripture as well. But understanding the process of procreation, bringing children into the world, if you don't understand anything else, understand that it's the Most High's will, particularly when it's done in an orderly way, with a man and a woman who are in covenant before the Most High. All right. These are the things that the Most High has given us the freedom to do. When we have children, we fulfilling his will, we fulfilling his heritage in the earth. He said we're a chosen people. And he even said that he's going to multiply us above our forefathers. And so we have to have the right mindset. A nation is a group of families coming together. So that's the mindset we have to have as men and as women, all right? To come together as one, to bring our families back together, to come back under the mindset and the spirit of family. But any more thoughts on that? I'm gonna bring the brother Malek back in. Any thoughts from you brothers?
Yeah. What I think about is the lesson on the Decalogue. And the conversation we had on that is understanding the Decalogue, which is the 10 Commandments. It signifies our position as children of the Most High. It's called also the royal law, right? That means that those that observe it are regal. Those who observe it are of a royal bloodline. Those who observe it are of a stature of king and queens, right? For someone to call themselves an Israelite or to perpetrate themselves as being an Israelite, but cannot understand the simplicity of thou shalt not kill, you have fell in your walk as an Israelite. All right, it's not even that deep. The scripture says thou shalt not kill. The Hebrew meaning for that in 75:23 says a primitive root properly to dash in pieces, that is, kill a human being, especially murder, put to death, kill man, manslayer, murderer. These were the 10 commandments that the Most High gave us. These were the first set of laws that the Most High gave us that are unbreakable, written with the finger of the Most High, in stone. You ever heard the term, it's not written in stone? Well, these were written in stone. Everlasting commandments, unbreakable. Our Constitution, all our laws, statutes, and commandments hang on these. Thou shalt not murder. But you call yourself an Israelite and you're adhering to the rules of a society that has disregarded your heritage and disregarded the laws that are supposed to govern you as a people. You have made yourself being an Israelite of none effect. What good is being an Israelite and you're killing the seed within you? Or you think of the seed within you in the same way that society sees it? That means that's you're an Israelite. What difference does it make to you then? If the seed is just something that you can pull out of you and destroy and kill. This right here is the danger. And some women don't need to be in no groups teaching nothing, man. Some women need to be at home, learning under their husband. Some women need to be learning under elders. Some women need to be learning under a congregation of people led by a man. Why? Because you have some sisters, like this sister, who would be adhering to society's rules and integrating and interweaving their laws and their standards amongst Israelites. How could you not have that understanding and call yourself an Israelite? Everybody in this room know that you shouldn't murder. Everybody in this room know that we are the elect, chosen of the Most High. When were we chosen? Were you chosen before the foundations of the earth, or were you chosen just when you was born? Because if you were chosen before the foundations, and if the Most High set the bounds of the earth according to the number of the children of Israel, then that seed was precious to him. If the Most High said you are fearfully and wonderfully made, how could you be an Israelite and not think that about the seed in you? That's heartbreaking. That means this truth and this awakening in your hand has become nothing. It's just an opportunity to do whatever you want to do. To call yourself an Israelite, walk around with your head up, thinking that's regalness. The Most High gave us the 10 Commandments to instill compassion in us, empathy, respect, holiness, honor, and the tenacity to stand up for your people, not to destroy them. Whoever that sister is, she needs to stop teaching. She needs to go sit down somewhere.
Yeah. It's one of those private groups.
And this is what, that's the scary thing about it though, bro. It's private. It's you know, one of them groups where they go in there and they sit down and they talk about this type of stuff, man. Everything is a spirit. Everything that's spiritual manifests in the physical. We have to guard ourselves from hearing stuff like that. Now I'm talking to the sisters that are out there. Guard your ears, guard your hearts, guard your path, man. Because people like that will lead you astray.
Yeah.
A metaphor. Your son is your child is not a rose. That's an Israelite. It's not a, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand the metaphor she uses, and I've used metaphors before concerning the seed. But
yeah. The thing about it, if you know anything about gardening, you can pull up roses and relocate them. You know, you can have roses or certain plants in certain areas, and you can pull them up and move them to different areas. You know, that doesn't kill the plant. You know, so you can have a certain flower. All you have to do is pluck those up, get all the roots out, you know, turn the soil a little bit, and then replant you some more. And you can move those roses to another spot, another area, and they'll still have life. So that was a bad analogy.
it's sad, man. That's sad, man.
You know,
our sisters, man, y'all under attack, sisters. Our sisters are under attack.
And that's the point, and they don't even realize it. You know, we when do you see us brothers standing up here defending gangbangers, you know, defending their right to continue to bring us down or look as a representation of our society? When do us brothers ever stand up and defend the most deplorable? See, because this is the point. You'll never see us defend these people. We talk about them with their pants hanging down. We talk about them how where they out there killing one another. You know how we know we need to get it together. We do this. But the minute we turn around and try to the minute we turn around and step in our role as a man and correct our sisters, y'all get bent out of shape. Don't even sit up there. You know what I'm saying? When your job is to bring yourselves up to such a level of beauty or holiness and comeliness that this twerking mentality is no longer among us. Yep. See, if you carry yourself in that way, and what's sad is none of the women on this who are in here tonight, none of y'all carry yourselves in this way. All of you know what the real issue is and why. Because there's a failure or a fear to direct the younger ones in a way of righteousness or in a way of clean living, clean, modest dress. Did not attract the worst of our society. That's what's happening.
You know what else?
I'll tell you all, that's all a man wants is one thing. And
you know what else?
Get it. What else?
You know what else, my bro? Your brother Eric brought it out earlier what the Watchers were doing and who taught that. And so I'll say this much. Sisters, witches exist.
True.
Don't be enchanted or beguiled through anybody's speech against what the word already clearly against.
Right. Don't be one of those kind of people that you have to question the order of things. Like you have a lot of sisters who will go beyond trying to know more than what they should know. You know,
or like that older woman who was up there. I wouldn't put it past if she was a witch, or that bald faced one, if she was one.
Yeah,
we got a lot of that going on. We got to break this. We got to come together and break the chains of the strongholds over our nation.
Don't let their spirit get on you, sisters. Don't let the spirit of witchcraft. These witches, they out there. They exist. They just migrating from the church now and into the Hebrew culture.
Exactly.
They're trying to come over into here and taint the truth with witchcraft.
Exactly.
Yep.
And rebellion, which is witchcraft.
On that note, man, we got the brother Malak Immaculate in the background. I'm gonna bring him in, and we're gonna get the information that he put in the chat on the last live about the incident that he had. So I'm gonna bring the brother in, brother Malak Immaculate. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, family. Can y'all hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
First off, I want to thank the family for letting me on here. It's an honor speaking with the elders. Brother Ibri, Brother Yash, Brother Benya. You know, I consider y'all elders. And I want to thank you. Most of the time, I just prefer to sit in the background, just learn from you brothers. But I appreciate the chance to come on. I want to talk about what happened to me yesterday. You know, our people are under attack right now. I'm going to start off by describing what happened that morning on the 29th. I'm a truck driver. And this particular day, I was getting a routine service change. You know, I was getting one of my tires changed out. Checked into the dock. I had just woke up when they called me. And I accidentally clipped with my rear of my truck. I dropped my trailer. You know, I took the truck and was bobtailing into the loading the service bay, and I sort of tapped one of the poles with the rear tire on my truck. Now this is like one of them concrete barricades you got. Usually you see something similar on either side of the gas stations. You know, the pumps, that yellow U. So it's like 10 inches full of concrete, steel casing. You know, it left a little tire scrub on it, a little, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, it was like a scuff, you know,
Yes.
transfer.
Yeah.
You know, a transfer. So I didn't think nothing of it. You know, I pull in there. You know, the guy's working on my truck and everything. I'm in there for probably like an hour. And the service manager comes out, contacts me, talking about he wants my insurance and driver's license information because I damaged the facility. And I'm like, what damage are you claiming? You know, looking at this pole here, I'm like, you talking about this? You know, basically, you could just take like some rubbing alcohol, rub this thing off. So I gave him my driver's license number and everything because, you know, he had all my information anyway, just from me checking in. But I told him I wasn't going to give him my insurance. I was like, because what damages you were claiming put a value on what you saying that a scuff mark on a metal pole costs. You know, since you can't do that, I'm not going to give you my information for you to take my insurance. And, you know, 2 or 3 months down the line, you saying that I hit your vehicle and you got my driver's license and my insurance information and have, you know, you show me as not reporting an accident or falsifying a claim or something like that. I said, no, I'm not doing it. So long story short, approximately 3 hours later, you know, this guy's back and forth trying to antagonize me. He's obviously a white supremacist. You know, I can see that. I can see he's trying to, you know, get me to do something. So I'm just, you know, basically ignoring the dude. He calls the sheriff. They show up. The guy, he goes out there, looks at that. You know, this is private property. So this is not a, you know, he doesn't have, the sheriff didn't have authorization to request my driver's license, insurance, none of that. You know what I mean? Because technically, any given situation where there's an accident, if the value of that accident is less than $1,000, it's considered non-reportable. You know, so only thing an officer can do in that situation is take down your information and write a report. And that person has to then pursue that claim, you know, whether they want to take it to court, whether they want to try to dig out your insurance, all that. So when the officer demanded my insurance information, I refused. I said, I'm not giving him my insurance information. You know, you got my driver's license, you got the company that I work for. You know, if you want to go about pursuing a claim, pursue it through the company. So he lunged at me. You know, I backpedaled from the guy. Probably I put about 7 to 10 feet between us. You know, he starts yelling, hollering. He pulls out the taser, points it at me, the laser dots on my chest and everything. He's talking about turn around, you know, and I'm like, for what? What are you arresting me for? You know, this is not a crime. You know, you can't charge me with a crime for hitting a pole. You can't prove damages. What am I being arrested for? So that exchange went on probably about 3 or 4 times. Then he shot me in the chest with the taser. I fall to the ground. You know, he's just sitting there. He's not trying to arrest me or nothing. He's just sitting there electrifying me for like 15 seconds. Eventually, I just pulled the dart out of my chest. You know, he jumps on top of me, starts zapping me with the taser in my back, my thigh, and stuff. I rolled over onto my stomach. You know, he's grabs my hands, telling me stop resisting and all this kind of stuff. So I said, you know, obviously, to you know, give himself, you know, provocation to just brutalize me or whatnot. So you know, I said in as calm a voice as I could, you know, basically how I'm talking to y'all right now, I'm not resisting, you know. So he does the Simon Says thing, saying, you know, put your arms to your side, put your arms on top of your head, you know, put your arms forward, you know, all this different stuff, trying to make confusion, you know. Eventually he just handcuffs me. About 20, 30 officers, different departments show up. Somebody had called in and said there was shots fired. You know, that when that taser goes off, the pop's pretty loud, and we was inside that booth, so it was kind of an echo there. So I'm sure some people did think shots was fired. About the sheriff department was there. This happened in Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin. So we got the sheriff, we got highway patrol, we got Madison City Police, about 5 or 6 fire department staff show up. And the dude charges me with resisting arrest, you know, class A misdemeanor, basically just under a felony. And I'm like, what was the initial charge? How am I resisting arrest when I wasn't charged with a crime? So how are you going to charge me with resisting arrest when there's no provocation? That's a violation of my Fourth Amendment. You know, you can't, that's an unlawful search and seizure. You can't demand my driver's license and my insurance without provocation. I'm not operating on a motor vehicle way. This is private property. You don't have the authority. Your job is to enforce state and local municipality, not private company policy. You can't do that. You know what I mean? Only thing he could have had authority to do was if the staff had told me to leave the facility and I didn't, then now it's a criminal offense because I'm trespassing. But that never occurred. And he never requested my driver's license information. He just demanded me that I hand over my insurance documentation to a third party. You can't do that. You know, so I'm feeling pretty decent about the situation now that I've contacted a few people. Some people in the chat yesterday gave me a few ideas to contact the NAACP. Through them, I got in contact with the Wisconsin DOJ. You know, that the next day after the following morning after the situation happened, you know, I had filed an incident report and a complaint of misuse of force. But I just want to bring that out and let the family know, be careful because we under attack. You know, the same day that occurred to me, I forget what the state it happened in, but these jokers, 7 white officers, 1 black, you know, they just threw him in there. You know, my speculation is the brother might have got on the scene. He might have just been a responder, but they shot a brother over 60 times, you know, obliterated the brother's body, over 90 something shots fired, you know. So this goes to the discussion that we were having. The enemy is out here, not just to destroy the children, but to destroy our men, to destroy our people, to obliterate our people as a nation, you know. And now that they see that their time is up, you know, they're becoming more egregious with their offenses. They don't give a damn. They're just doing whatever. So you be on guard, family. That's all I want to say.
Well, thank you for that one, brother, man. Yeah, the war is definitely on. And these people have lost their mind. You know, I went almost through a similar situation like that. Well, not me, but our supervisor was just really off the chain. He wasn't on me because nobody gets on me. Most High gave me mercy, but he was just, you know, I called him. I said he's a watcher. I realized that they're watchers. You can tell who the seed of the watchers is. And I was talking to Brother Cleo about that Wednesday night. Brother Cleo said, man, he better watch it. But the next day they shipped him out somewhere else, you know. I won't see him for a whole nother week. Even though he wasn't bothering me, but he was off the chain and I could feel the spirit on this guy, so I stayed away.
I just want to say all praise to the Most High that you're still here today, and that
No doubt.
it wasn't any worse than that, man. But definitely seek counsel for litigation.
Yeah,
you know, definitely do that. And make sure they pay you to the full extent.
exactly. That's Madison, Wisconsin. They already got a reputation.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How you feeling health wise and everything?
You know, right now, like I almost went to the hospital yesterday because, you know, like I feel like it affected my heart.
It did.
You know, I got all kind of issues going on either side of my solar plex there, and kind of feel like my heart been dangling on the string ever since then. But a lot of it's, you know, just anxiety and just the fact that, you know, the whole time this dude, when he's doing all of this, he was operating the taser with his left hand, and the whole time he's got his hand on his pistol, you know. So I'm thinking the whole time, I'm like, you know, I'm about to be killed up in this place, and nobody's gonna know what happened. I'm grateful that there was security footage inside the facility. But you know, when they had me handcuffed and everything, I heard them asking for it, so I don't know if it still exists. But I thought sure that dude was gonna start blasting me in my back, you know, and I'm 100% sure that if I had resisted any kind of way, he would have pit about, you know, emptied the clip on me in my back, you know, point blank.
I'm trying to understand why. I mean, what would be the motive behind that, man? If you just doing your job, you know.
They don't need a motive, family. I mean, like I'm saying, you can't even put a mathematical price on what that was. You know what I mean? Like this thing is an inch and a half thick of steel. You know, is full of concrete. Excuse me, it's 10 inches circumference. I think the brother I can't remember the brother's name, but I know there's another brother. One of the elders is he's also a truck driver. I'm not sure if he's over the road or what the deal is with him. I know he's a grandfather. But anyway, big dude. He would know what I'm talking about. But this thing is, you know, 10 inches thick. It's full of concrete.
I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about it's just those big barriers. It's like if you go around, they usually keep them around gas meters and things like that. They're just
correct.
It's just the big yellow pole. It's yellow. You can't.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, and I mean, like I barely touched this thing. You know, my tire just rubbed it, left a little rub mark on it, and all this fuss, man. And it really wasn't nothing to do with anything other than the fact that this white dude in this facility, he felt like this Negro is doing better than him. You know what I mean? And that whole thing, he was just trying to throw shade at me. He was asking me, "Oh, is this your truck?" You know, and all this. I was like, "What does any of that got to do with anything?" You know what I mean? So what he was trying to do initially was he didn't realize that through the people that he was contacting, because I leased this truck that I have, and I'm sublet to a company. I'm not going to mention the name publicly or nothing. Bring them any shade, but he contacted my lease provider, trying to say, oh, he hit our pole and all this kind of stuff like that or whatever. And it was like, so what? You know what I mean? So since he didn't get the response that he wanted, he just kept escalating, trying to make me, you know, the stereotypical angry Negro, so he could say, oh, like this dude is being hostile or whatever, and then give the police reason, you know. And the officer, he was also on the same type of nonsense or whatever. And when I didn't play into that, you know, it escalated. You know what I mean? He figured he still might, you know. So I'm asking for prayer from the family that they don't get away with this. But I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling all right at this point about it.
Yeah, stay on it, bro. Don't let it go. You know what I mean? Don't let it go. Seek litigations. You know,
And our prayers are with you, my brother.
NAACP.
I appreciate that.
You know, the thing is, like, I heard someone say this, man. If when we take out life insurance on ourselves, you know, then there's more of a chance of people getting prosecuted for wrongful things that they do to our people. You know, because the people insurance, they don't like having to pay. You know.
Yeah, I heard the brother Tariq Nasheed say that. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, you know, because that situation there, that could have been it. So yeah, I might go and do that.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna ask if you got a life insurance policy first.
Definitely,
They're
but at
gonna
least you know
assume you don't.
But in the
Yeah.
event that something does happen to one of us, if we got life insurance, the likelihood of them paying for what they did is greater.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would encourage everybody to get life insurance. You know, get life insurance, not just for in case something happened to you, but you know, they'll make sure they prosecute it to the full extent of the law.
Yeah.
That's definitely.
Man, bro, I'm so glad that you still here though, bro.
Amen.
That's man, that's it's infuriating, man. You know, but I can't. But I'm grateful too. You know, it's infuriating, bro. And it makes me really. It makes me ask the Father when.
Yep.
It's got to be soon, man. I mean, because they losing their minds out here, man.
Yep, that's true.
Family. But that pretty much concludes what I had to say, family, man. And I appreciate y'all hearing me out, you know, and stay safe out there.
Amen.
Thank you for coming on, bro. Thank you for supporting the channel and at the least, like the brothers say, try to stay on top of it as much as possible. You know, especially your health, because you don't really know how those types of things can affect you. You know, I've never been through that, and I can't say I understand, you know, what you're going through right now. That's why I ask about your health. You know, it's like sending electricity through your body, but none of in any
10,000, 50,000 amps.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it hit you with that thing, 50,000 amps. So I was doing some research on it because, you know, I was having like some confusion and, you know, like just talking lucidly after the circumstance happened. And I started researching some of the things on there, and like they saying like short-term dementia and all kind of things, you know, murmurs in the heart, nerve damage. You know, I think they said last year like 500 people got killed by it, you know, so they changing the classification to less than lethal. You know what I mean? So essentially, you willing to kill me over a scrub mark and my refusal to provide you with my insurance. So that's where we at, family.
Yeah, man. Seek some legal. I don't know if maybe we have a brother that could advise you on some things behind the scenes, maybe. But in any case, man, bust them over the head, get you about 100 mil. After that, go on over to trueebry.com, man, and get you one of each shirt.
Yes, sir. I plan on getting me some soon anyhow, bro. Even if this didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, man. Most High bless you. Thank you for sharing that with the family, and we're gonna definitely be praying for you and keep us posted. You know, like I said, we have another brother that can maybe behind the scenes get with you and advise you on some things, you know, but just keep us posted and then we can work that out.
All right. Shalom, family. I'm going to dip.
Shalom. Hello. You brothers got any closing remarks?
Nah, I think I've said enough.
Brother Bunya, I'm getting hungry. Well, I've been hungry.
I just say this: walk in grace, walk in faith, and walk in obedience. Israel.
Absolutely. Want to say shalom to everybody. Thank you for fellowshipping with us tonight. You know how it is. Sometimes we get on the subject and chop it up. I want to thank my brothers, Brother Bunya, Brother Yash, for chiming in. Shalom to Brother Cleo, Brother Kadar, and Brother Hal, the other side of the earth brothers. I want to say shalom to my brother Apostle Curtis Lewis. Excuse me. And shalom to the brother Shofar over there on Jacob's People. Don't forget about Kingdom Conversations Wednesday nights, hosted by Brother Cleo. Got Brother Kadar's YouTube channel. Go over and like and subscribe to that channel. Like, sub, hit the notification bell to the Salt of the Earth channels, as well as the Ibri Ben Yaakov Beginners channel. Also, the website, trueibri.com. Go over and visit the website, get yourself something nice. Want to give all praise, honor, and glory to our Heavenly Father, to His Son, and to His Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. This has been a Salt of the Earth Productions. And thank you, brothers and sisters, for your time once again. Hallelujah. Shalom.
Everywhere I go, the children rising. Everywhere I go, the children rising. I saw them just rise up. The wicked running. I saw them just rise up.